Good morning, everybody. Hey, gaming, how's it going? We are out of band today, but that's alright. It's been known to happen here. One of these days I'll have a streaming schedule that actually makes sense. Getting things started off with a little bit of cooking. This right here is probably a classic Zomboid staple for the long term. Rabbit meat, potatoes, and eggs. Rabbits are the easiest to hunt, potatoes are the longest shelf life, and eggs are the easiest to just get from chickens. Came out to about 50 hungers worth all in all. Not that bad. So near the end of the other stream the previous stream, we located ourselves this lovely girl right here, a 100 engine quality ambulance, but it is a complete wreck, so it is in dire need of some repairs. We'll get the easy stuff out of the way. Alas, we cannot repair something that has been completely broken. So this big gas tank that was in it is actually gone forever now. That's a damn shame. can't hear the music over the frickin' wind here. Talk about obnoxious. Yeah, I know, right? This thing is completely busted up here. How's it going, Luchador? Standard procedure for a full repair is to set aside at least five welding sheets, or steel sheets for welding. There would have been a sixth if we could have saved the gas tank, but alas, we broke it on the way out, so that is unfortunate. I do hope you feel better. Yeah, these, Morning, Mario, how's it going? I probably would not have touched the gas tank if I had remembered that it could get broken completely and then you wouldn't be able to fix it once it's broken. One, two, three, four, five. One of those very few ways of getting welding experience without actually using welding rods is to repair things like vehicle parts. I believe we'll also get a little bit of mechanics experience from this too. Let's start with the trunk because it's always my favorite part to fix. We are high enough level welding that it will go straight to 100 now. Boom. All the metal work that could be done has been done. Let's get some glass work and headlights, taillights, whatever. Actually, I don't think I have very much in the way of donor parts at all right now. I mean, like, there's one windshield left in this truck right here, but let's go get a donor vehicle. Let's get both of them. There are 2 dash pull drivers in the area that I kind of specifically have been holding out on messing around with, because I wanted to wait until it was slightly higher level mechanics. I will not be touching the gas tanks in them. Well, actually, maybe I'll take a few dice rolls, but I will stop if it gets like below 30%. Because obviously I can always repair any damage that I do, I just can't repair it if it gets broken. Use some more planks, I'll go ahead and take those with me. I think the funniest part about race cars being best in slot for towing is the simple fact that race cars definitely do not have a undercarriage that's built to handle this. I'm pretty sure the frame of the vehicle itself would just start to warp after a little bit of what we've been doing with it. Like, the engine obviously can take it. There's no question about that, but the rest of it is built to be lightweight. There's no chance that it would be this durable. No, I don't know. I ain't no expert. It just doesn't make sense that it would be that durable. I know that modern cars in general are just being built as lightweight as possible. It's definitely better gaming. On paper, it actually doesn't have that much more horsepower, and yet for some reason it feels a hell of a lot more powerful. Look at all those pretty green numbers right there. Now, there's a small gas tank in this thing, so I actually have no hesitation if I break it or not. Regular tires, regular brakes, performance suspension. Windows are pretty good. That is beautiful. So our mechanic skill is... We're getting pretty close to level 6. Got about 400 experience to go. I may need to disassemble and reassemble a few vehicles before I can actually do engine repairs to this. So that's going to be on the docket. I'm kind of going to be laser focused on getting this ambulance up and running before we start going down to Muldraugh today, as implied by the stream title. There's a military ham radio on the ground here. This is one of the things I've been saving them for, is slotting them into vehicles that can actually take them. These emergency services vehicles, some of them can and some of them can't. For example, I don't know why, but the fire marshal truck here can only take premium tech radios, can't take military ones, while most of the rest of the EMS vehicles can take the military ones. Military ones have a better transmit broadcast range. My theory is someday that'll be useful to communicate with your NPCs and other bases. Currently, it's already useful if you're playing multiplayer and you're doing the RP thing where you have to use proximity voice chat only. Left stuff on the seat here. I usually clear these vehicles out. And I think we actually already put some really good undercarriage parts. No, we didn't. Did I leave them in here? No, not really. Okay. Oh, but there are some great performance tires right here on the floor. Beautiful. There's probably a full set of performance on the floor here. Hey, Brea, how's it going? So 3 out of 4 tires will be perfect, and 1 will be just slightly below perfect. So those are all performance suspensions. I think the other one here had regular. Yeah. Meanwhile, this thing has performance brakes. Oh shit, there's still a chance to damage brakes. Fuck. That's not good. I didn't realize... Well, actually, there's a chance to damage suspensions, too. I just got insanely lucky and didn't damage any of the other ones. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get ahead of that. Honestly, there's enough parts if we just pull all the parts off of both of these vehicles. Just pull all the parts off. That might be enough to just get us leveled up. And one more level might be what we need to get to the point where we can... Because, I mean, it says the chances was... The chance of success was like 65%. I think that's like the last threshold before you hit the break point, and then there's no more chance of damage. There we are. Didn't even have to do the whole thing. Now, I have actually got to stop here, stop what I'm doing completely, and go read the next book now. Don't even want to touch another part because that's just wasted experience. Put my tools away, have a bite to eat, and then we'll snuggle up with a good book here. Mechanics, Volume 4, coming right up. An entire box of light bulbs just from pulling perfect light bulbs out of vehicles. The game, I don't think the game lets you box up light bulbs if they're not in perfect condition. Not that I've tried in a while. Reading glasses on. And book in hand. We've got an odd salad by my standards. It's 50. So I'm just going to wait till we get to stage 2 hunger before we eat. Because then I can eat half of it. Stage 2 hunger for a hearty appetite individual. Stage 2 hunger will give you, it'll show up at 25 hunger. Look at that. We actually got chili indoors. Am I wearing long johns right now? I am. I'm going to put on a hoodie. I think I have one. Do I not? You know what? This might be a perfect opportunity to make one. Oh, no. Tailoring level 5, and it's a large leather item. A hide hoodie is actually pretty decent. Ooh. I could make one out of Angus leather. That's fascinating. That's very fascinating. But in the meantime, this tank top will probably do. Yeah, tank tops, believe it or not, they're actually pretty high insulation, relatively speaking. And they get their own layer. Box a series of books, yep. All right. There it is, Tier 2 hunger. So eating half of this 50 salad is a perfect fit. So my new bedtimes that I've been trying out are 2300 and then 5. 2300, 0500. And I think that has helped me stay in good fatigue until like close to 2000 hours. But we'll find out. Still working out the it's an ongoing mental exercise for me. Ran out of water. So from about, what was that, 1800 or so yesterday? Till about 1300 today. So it didn't quite take us 24 hours to read the book. It's not too awful bad for a level 4 book. It's just nice that we don't have anything else to do right now. We've finally gotten past all of the time-sensitive things. So all we gotta do is meet our needs and we're good. We do have crops to keep an eye on, but they're right there. Still cold out, but not windy today, so I actually might get hot just from running around with this tank top on. We'll see. Now, here is the million-dollar question. Can I now remove suspensions and brakes without damaging them? Yes, I can. Beautiful. Now, here is something that I haven't really studied very well because I haven't always had a lot of 100% quality parts or 100% condition parts to work with. But I'm going to see what the total braking force is when I put in these 3 performance brakes that are like 100, 194, but then there's one that's down to 72. I'm going to compare the total braking force between putting in this 72%, and then I'm going to... Okay, so it's 116.9 right now. I'm going to try a 100% condition regular brake and see if that makes it go up or down, because I've never actually... Like I said, I don't usually have enough 100% quality parts to work with, so this is a novel thing for me. So we go from 116.9 to 118.3. Okay, so that is... I'm not sure what the math is on that, but I would say that a solid number you could probably generate from that is about 25% condition differential. So a regular brake that is 25% higher condition than a performance brake is about equal based on those numbers. Well, I'll have to see if that holds up in the future. But for now, that just means it's worth it to use that 100% quality regular brake as opposed to the 72% performance. If both of them had the same condition, performance is better than regular every time. But in this case, it looks like a lower condition performance does fall off. Now we have upgraded from a 50-50 chance to damage our gas tank to a 65-35. So gas tanks are still subject to potential damage. That said, both of these trucks here have small gas tanks. And the big gas tank that was in the ambulance is broken, so I cannot do anything with that. Once something is broken, it cannot be repaired even with welding. The gas tank that's in this one is regular, so that means this one, I think, has got the best gas tank on my lot right now. Because this one had a small gas tank in it, but I also broke that one trying to take it out, so it doesn't really count. And everything else on the lot is either in use or is... Everything over there on the right side is standard, in the top right there. So I'm going to go get 2 gas cans here and empty out the regular gas tank from the ammo truck here. So just like with the other one, or with the other parts that I'm capable of repairing, I am capable of repairing gas tanks using welding. So I'm going to go do that. I have now a can of gas. I'm going to use this to fill up. We got a couple more generators here. Some of them could use gas so that they're prepped. Hardly in need of that much repair. I mean, it's at 80%, but I don't care. It's going to give me a little bit of welding experience and probably a little bit of mechanics too. If I remember, anytime you do a welding-based repair, you get a little bit of both. So I rolled the dice perfect on that, so that's fine. We've got a regular gas tank in the thing now. All that's left now is suspensions. So we've got 3 performance sus on the floor right here. I can't remember. Did we get any really good ones here? Nah, everything in the trunk there is broken. This thing still has perfect regular sus in it. I might steal some suspensions from another vehicle. Hell, this one's got performance brakes too. Yeah, I'm gonna steal this one's brake and sus from front left. Just so that I can have 100% performance everything. I mean, this van is more or less just supposed to be mobile storage. So it does want to... I do need to have okay-ish parts, but it doesn't need to be anything mind-blowing. So I need to come back here with 2 brakes and 1 sus. It doesn't really matter what. Oh, I forgot to bring a salad. I'll go eat after we repair or replace these. So all 4 brakes are 100% condition performance. Our total braking force is 125.4. I don't think I've ever had a vehicle with all 4 brakes being 100% performance. That is a novel thing for me. At least not without debug mode. Beautiful. Overall condition is 87.06. Now, unfortunately, nothing is going to change the fact that the engine is only 11% integrity. We've still got to get a whole nother level. We've got to finish level 7, I believe, before we can... well, actually, no. You can start doing engine repairs as early as level 5, apparently. I question the efficacy. We have exactly 1 engine part on our person right now. I am going to see what we get in terms of restored condition to the engine. Because normally I don't ever try doing engine repairs before I get to the highest level. Because I thought it was inefficient. But I want to find that out for sure. I already have memorized that at the highest level, you get 3% per engine part. So let's see what we get per engine part at level 6. 1% that time. Not worth it. So, new knowledge gained. That is definitely not worth it. So that just means I have some fucking around with vehicles to do in my not too distant future here. I have leveled mechanics many times in the past. And the trick is to just have many vehicles to work with. Unfortunately, being here in Phallus Lake, we don't actually have a lot of vehicles to fuck with. So, what I'm probably going to do is just go on a little trip up to Riverside. not even 100% sure why she's tired. I guess that doing mechanics in and of itself must use stamina, because we haven't been like running around it at all. I've just been fast forwarding. In fact, I specifically was fast forwarding instead of running so that we wouldn't get tired, but we got tired anyway. Interesting. I should give her a break then. I'm no stranger to overworking our girl a little bit, but I'm not gonna be mean about it. We have a moment to rest, we'll take it. Alright, so we can start it. Now, being as the engine condition is, what is it, 12%? It is 12% now. We will have a pretty sizable chance of the engine just randomly cutting out whenever we leave the vehicle running. That being said, I'm going to leave it running anyway because I want to get the battery charged. Battery charge was like 74%. Actually, you know what? Because of the engine quality being so low, I think the battery might have trouble staying charged. So what I'm actually going to do is once I get the gas tank filled up here, I'm going to park it in I'll just park it up here. And I'm going to take the battery out. We're going to put it on the regular charger, because the regular charger does not actually use that much fuel. Makes a bit of an annoying noise, but it works. Looks like some of our crops are getting close to harvest here. Almost ready to harvest is what it's called. I see the flowers and my brain meat says check it to see if it's blooming yet, but it is not blooming. It is but almost ready. I'm going to go ahead and water the crops. The water level is down to fine, which means it can take a fair bit. Even with my tank top, I'm actually getting cold out here. Fascinating. Oh, it's the wind. I actually didn't realize the wind chill had come back. It was gone earlier this morning, so... Oh well. At least that makes sense. Any new trees back here? Nope. I don't know if that means we're done with the random tree growth yet. Usually I'm kind of like, you know, I'm monitoring the grassy area in my own yard there and right there. Until we stop seeing them randomly appear in these areas that I'm 100% sure we've cleared, then we cannot say that the dumb, stupid, random tree growth is done yet. At least we can one-shot them. Oops. I probably should stop carrying around my heavy weapons while we're running around doing base work. My fitness is going to be imperfect like that. Perfect battery installed. So we never even got tired tonight. That's probably because we spent half of the day reading. I'm impressed with how low the temperature is getting. Sentences that, yeah, I never thought I would utter. It is single-digit Fahrenheit. That is about 20 degrees below freezing. Gonna spend the evening doing a bit of landscaping. This is where the wood axe really shows its teeth. I am axes level 7. I am fitness level 10, strength level 10. I am still getting winded about 3 times faster than I would if I would just use a firefighter axe. Problem is, a firefighter axe also takes like 3 times as many swings. So I guess you could just say we're condensing our activity. And we're also making it so that we don't have to spend as much durability on these tree removals. All of these tree branches that are getting left on the floor will eventually be collected and probably burned for charcoal. It does seem to be more efficient to use logs chopped into firewood for keeping your fire pits full of wood fuel. Because if you cut a log into firewood, the firewood actually seems to give you more total time than the log itself would. Which is not true of any other fuel source. So, logs being the only way to get firewood. Well, logs and large branches, you can get firewood from large branches. Not that we're going to have many large branches or logs from these pissy little small trees here. Yeah, I agree. I very much agree. The, wait, no, you can attach mace heads to the wood ones. That is a thing. If you look in your crafting menu, just type the word mace in your crafting menu, and you'll see that the recipe assemble mace can be done with either a short bat or a... what the fuck? Short bat or large handle? I could have... okay, so I'm not a long blunt enthusiast, so I didn't know this. But there's I knew that the mace had a long variant and a short variant. But the long variant just uses a large handle. That means the short variant of maces is a lot harder to get than the long variant. So this is actually a good thing. This is actually a very good thing. You can get a mace that is the size of a baseball bat without actually having to use a baseball bat. And that's a good thing, because when it comes to baseball bats, you can make your own at level 9 carving. While short bats, you can make your own at level 7 carving. But large handles, you can make your own at, like, level 3 carving. So, yeah, that's, long blunt users are eating good when it comes to maces. Yeah. I think the coolest improvised weapon right now that you can make with, the wood baseball bats is the saw blade variant. But that doesn't count as long blunt. That becomes an axe weapon. That's what I'm currently using right here as my back weapon. Fantastic thing. But one of the reasons I liked the metal one so much was because the metal one didn't have sharpness. This one unfortunately has sharpness, so I don't know if I'll be using that much longer after it breaks. Let's have a bite of salad and then hit the sack here. Now, about these crops, the harvest time for them is going to be, like early January. And what that entails is after we harvest them, we're going to want to dry them. I wasn't really prepared for this last time I had to do it. Last time I had to do it, I kind of improvised a way to handle it. I will show you guys a screenshot that will tell you everything you need to know about what you have to do after you harvest. Again, and I have to say this really slowly. After you harvest the crops in January. Harvest in January. Just go. If you know any farmers in real life, tell them about that, and then tell them that Project Zomboid is trying to be realistic in other places. And just watch how hard they laugh at you. Because harvest in January, are you fucking kidding me? But that's the game we're playing right now. There it is. This is how we had to deal with our last January harvest on Nora the Explora here. Because when I actually saw that the crops had to be harvested, in my previous character, Annie Mae, I didn't realize the growing seasons had been changed to require crops to be harvested in January. I went to Muldraw during the entire month of January, assuming that my crops would continue growing like they had in the past. And I came back and all of them were fucking dead because I was supposed to harvest them. So I knew that this time going in there on Nora here. What I didn't know is that after harvesting them, I had to dry them because if I didn't, there was a freshness stat that was going to degrade. They become stale, then they go rotten. So I had to scramble to put this together. This is just an improvised drying room that I put together in the police department in Muldraw. You can probably barely recognize it as the police department. I had to sledgehammer out everything and build a bunch of campfires to make an optimal spacing between them, and it was a nightmare. But now that we know ahead of time that we need to do something stupid like this, we're going to do something similar, actually. We are going to do a drying room, and it's going to be built in an existing POI. But yeah. No, I'm not going to be doing the island strat on this character. It's not necessary. This character here has been created after the change to default apocalypse settings, which is what we always play here. Default apocalypse settings doesn't have respawns enabled anymore. So we don't have to plan our base under the assumption that respawns are going to just be appearing everywhere around us. That was the whole reason I did island bases in the past, was because I wanted to stay away from respawns. It didn't matter where I would build, respawns would just appear all over the place around my base if I were to just leave for a couple of weeks. It was so fucking stupid. I hated everything about it. Now respawns are not a thing. Now migrations are still a thing, but we have yet to see a single migratory zombie actually show up within render distance of our base. I'm not saying it can't happen, and in fact I actually expect it to happen at some point, but definitely not likely anytime soon based on current trajectory. Yeah, I'm very happy about it. I'm very happy. Respawns never should have been in the game for as long as they were. But yeah, what I'm going to do actually is just go out right now and just look down the street and see if I can figure out which one of these buildings is the most suitable to transform into a drying house. The convenience shop right here is probably not a bad one. There's already very few walls in it. In terms of, like, floor space, right? I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a big floor space right here. Just some walls here to destroy, a couple walls back here. This is probably our best candidate, but I am going to take a quick look at the other ones. One of the reasons I want to just use an existing building is because building a new one from scratch and giving it a roof and everything, that's just a lot of work. Okay, it's a lot of work, but it's also... That would be a way to just absolutely grind my carpentry. I could probably get to carpentry level 10 if I did that. That's something I'm going to have to think about now. Farming and rural supply is a little bit bigger. There's a little bit more walling here. Yes, there are stone walls, yep. There's stone and there's brick. Yeah, we've got brick, log, metal, stone. Stone requires stone blocks, which can be made from just any type of stone, right? So you can pick up stones on the floor like this one here, and you can pick up large stones like this one here, and then break these large stones down into 10 stones. So basically every single time you see a rock like this one right here, that is like 1 3/4 of a stone wall. Now the other material though that you need to make stone walls is clay cement. So that means that your ability to make stone walls is going to be dependent on how abundant clay is in your local area, or how much you have with you. I don't think any of the other buildings beyond here are going to be suitable. No. Pretty much everything else out here is smaller. I take a quick peek at City Hall. City Hall is going to have too many walls. Or Town Hall, rather. Town Hall does have 2 floors, but yeah, it is going to have too many walls. I think this one right here is technically the biggest building in town in terms of total real estate, but many, many walls because it's separate stores. Yep. Yeah, you could absolutely build yourself a medieval keep. You would probably be doing that for the aesthetic value instead of the functional value, because functionally, zombies will still attack it, and you'll still get stress from hearing them slap it. The devs have only removed stress induction from chain link fences, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware. Okay, so we have a couple of tasks on the agenda. You know, I could just do a drying yard out here. I don't know how difficult it would be to get the game to consider anything I would build here to be indoors. I know that getting the game to consider a custom base indoors is very context dependent. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it really doesn't. Okay. I'll tell you what, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and just clear everything over here to the left of me. All trees, all grass, everything. And I'm going to be using a firefighter axe, not my wood axe, because that would require a lot of stopping. I think with my level 7 axe skill, I don't think I will ever get tired with a firefighter axe unless I'm over-encumbered. Right, yeah. My understanding is that it's the noise that's actually causing the stress, and not the fact that, you know, we're worried that the zombies are going to break in. I think it's more the noise than anything. I mean, realistically speaking, there is no amount of slapping that a humanoid, you know, body can do. There's no amount of slapping a stone wall that's going to break it. If you want to make zombies a threat to stone walls, you need to do the World War Z film thing, where they just pile up on top of each other to the point where they can just go right over the wall. That would make a million times more sense than them actually having a risk of breaking it. I mean, to be honest, having the risk of them, like, toppling it over, because there's just so many bodies shoved against it, a risk of just pushing it over, because, you know, a wall is only meant to handle so much perpendicular weight pushed against it. I think you would be at more of a risk of zombies just in a large enough number pushing your wall over than you ever would be breaking it. Yeah. Yep. That would probably not do much to assist with the situation of zombies showing up at your base, but yeah, absolutely. That was actually literally something they did in World War Z in the book. In the book World War Z, they would play some heavy death metal right before an encounter where they tried to clear out a large swathe of zombies. They would play some heavy death metal to get the troops psyched, and they would also use the loud noise of the music to attract more zombies. just to get everybody coming at them. And we are still winded after just like an hour of that. Damn it. I guess logging is not supposed to be easy. Yeah, that's a question for the devs right there, Mario. I couldn't even begin to fathom. I think whatever the answer to that question is going to be, it's probably going to be the same kind of answer that they would give if you ever got them to give an actual answer to the question of why can't we go up ladders? I do think that, honestly, I can understand it from a gameplay perspective. You know, they want to balance it. They want to make it so that it's kind of like, they probably want to make it so that it's like sheet rope, similar to sheet rope. Like, you can climb it, but it's going to cost you stamina, and if you're over encumbered or you're tired or winded or something, you have a chance of falling, that kind of dumb shit. But still, it's not a thing in the game. I mean, just ask everybody who has gone through basic training for the military. I'm pretty sure that basic still entails obstacle courses with rope. Not 100% sure on that. I'd have to ask my buddies. I am but a civvy who pays attention to the military, not somebody who's actually been through it. Now, about these stumps here. Notoriously annoying to get rid of, but you can actually use a garden hoe now. I don't have a garden hoe, but I do have some pickaxe here. So I'll use my pickaxe for that. Now, I did say that I was gonna cut the grass. I'm not gonna cut the grass. I don't need it right now. I'm just going to clear all obstructions that would not be cleared if I built a floor. So I know I said that I wasn't exactly going to build a huge custom base, and I probably would not be building a huge custom base if it was not for the fact that I need to level carpentry and I don't have the last book. So I am going to be building a large base, unfortunately. It's not necessarily because it's the first thing I wanted to do. Part of this character's theme was that we're not going to be, like, you know, setting up permanently forever in any one particular location. Like, even though this base is a very centralized hub, a lot of it is still going to be temporary. Because, like, when I eventually go in the Louisville direction, we're never coming back here afterwards. So that is still in theme for our character, but we also need level 10 carpentry. That is, unfortunately. I am very, very sick of seeing that 7.5% chance to break shit crop up. So I believe that's everything except for the items that need to be picked up. Yep. Okay. So currently we have 42 loose planks. Nowhere near enough for a massive floor that I was thinking of. And that's okay. Now, here's a funny thing. I have the ability right now to make more metal floors than I do gravel. I would have to go farther away from my base to get more gravel right now. And so, I'm actually going to replace part of this gravel road with metal. That is also going to help me level my welding skill. My welding skill is currently level 7, and we're about halfway through towards level 8. I have been weighing my options about whether to build a gate right here. And I think I have decided that I'm going to do it. There was one other question that I had before doing so. And that was whether I wanted to... I think I'm going to push it forward just a little bit. So, if anybody's not familiar, I have this duffel bag right here. I call it a gate bag because it contains all the necessary materials to build one of these gates right here. And I was planning to build one right here, but because this is such an awkward spot, it would actually, if I'm driving in from a distance, it would actually be almost impossible to tell until I'm really close to it whether I left it open or not, and that would be really annoying. So I think what I'd rather do right now is put the gate... Well, I don't think there's really an easy answer to that. I'm actually going to do something that I probably normally wouldn't do. I'm going to put it, like, at the halfway point right here. See, that way, because it's going to open inwards. One of the ways you can tell which direction it's going to open is the inside of the tile that it's at the edge of, right? So because it's at the edge of this tile on this side, it's going to open inwards in this direction, from the right to the left. And because it's going to open inwards, if I put it here, that means anytime I leave the gate open, it's going to be blocking me if I want to go in this way. So moving it up at least 2 tiles makes sense right now. I think I'm going to do that. All right. Let me put the welding torch in my hand, because otherwise it will eat the one in my bag. And here we go. It's still used the one in my bag. That's actually kind of wild. I had a welding torch in my hand, and it still used the one in my bag. Okay. See what this right here. This is the problem I was trying to avoid. Like for example, oh, I can't actually reach the grindstone, so this actually is not that big of a deal. Yeah, it would just be if I was like, maybe I extend the base and that. Wait, what? I swear this used to be a problem. I swear that when the gate was open, it used to be a problem like that. You know what? I'm not gonna question it. Apparently, when the gate is open, the player can walk right through it. It's probably vehicle. It probably blocks vehicles, though. That's probably what I'm thinking of. So the player can go through it, but probably vehicles can't. That might be why I was confused about that. Okay, so let's get a bite to eat real quick. And I'm going to take the next salad in my backpack here. Going to assemble another gate bag. For that I need 2 scrap metal. At least half a spool of wire. At least half a stack of dub rods. I think I can assemble one from those 3 leftovers there. Not quite half, okay. So in that case I'll just put a full. A full welding torch, and then 8 iron pipes. This is one of the reasons you guys always see me out in the world. If I see an iron pipe, I pick it up, because we can't make our own yet. Iron pipes are those... The ability to make those is some lost knowledge to the apocalypse. Doesn't matter that I'm an advanced blacksmith that can make my own goddamn swords. An iron pipe, hollow iron, is just beyond me right now. I think that's it. Hang on. Oh, hinges. Hinges are... We are unhinged right now. We are not unhinged anymore, so I can now... This bag, once again, has all the materials to make a double gate. Don't have an immediate purpose for one, so I'll leave it there. I'm sure I will have a purpose for one at some point. I really wish we could use something other than iron pipes for these big wire fences. I really wish I could use scrap... I could get scrap metal from another source. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? We are in a skill leveling phase right now. We got a few things on the agenda. Right now we're doing a little bit of building, because we're going to have a crop harvest in the not-too-distant future, and I want to be ready for that. And in the process of building, we're going to be getting some carpentry and welding experience. And once we're done with a place to dry the crops from after harvesting them, once we're done with that, we will go on an expedition to Riverside and dismantle a bunch of vehicles to get mechanics level 10. And once we have mechanics level 10, we will do engine repairs to our new princely ambulance up there with the 100 engine quality. And then we are fit to deploy to Muldraugh. I do not know exactly how long it will take to accomplish any one of those tasks. We will have to play it by ear. Got some eggs and meat going stale here. We got a home for that stuff. So, I have 72 sacks in this military backpack. That is useful, but very less so, because I literally can't pick it up. It's so heavy. One thing I like to do in the past is separate my sacks into bags of 18 sacks per garbage bag. And the reason I would do that is because once you put something in the sack, whether that is clay, gravel, sand, dirt, any one of those things, the sack weighs 2.0. 18 times 2 is 36. That is a perfect fit for a military backpack when you're organized. So I just create a garbage bag here. I'm going to call it sack 18 because it's going to have 18 sacks in it, and then we do exactly that. So that we have basically pre-allocated full military backpacks of potential building materials. Now, I would also, in the past, have dedicated vehicles just to store all of the sacks that I have in my collection. We don't have anything of the sort right now. In fact, right now, we have more trailers than we do, like, vehicles with storage in them. So I'm actually going to use the rusted. Yeah, let's use the rusted open bed for that. As fate would have it, that is a perfect number that we had in here. Yeah, so that is 4 garbage bags of sack 18, aka 4 full military backpacks of building materials to work with. Now we do have loose, we've got loose burlap pieces all over the place. And burlap pieces are just sacks waiting to be sewed together for tailoring experience. So now whenever I want to go get large shipments of gravel, sand, clay, whatever, all I got to do is hook up preferably a step van to the rusty trailer here. Now, since that was my entire collection of sacks, I actually am going to go use the loose burlap that I have to put together a few more. Because I do like to have loose ones that are not pre-allocated for heavy shipment purposes. So we have a couple of burlap pieces here. That's probably fine for now. So sack and times 2. We are tailoring level 4, and we've read through the book for the next level, but we have not gotten started grinding the next level. To be honest, 20 experience just for sewing a sack is amazing. And I believe that when we harvest this flax and dry it, I think we can actually turn it into burlap somehow. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. If I've done it, I don't remember what the ratio was. You know, we could actually make the infrastructure for that at some point before we have to do the harvest. So that is something I'll be considering as well. Once I build this drying area that I'm thinking of, I am probably going to move my tailoring workshop into that area because it would make sense to just have the tailoring workshop next to the place where I'm going to be working with flax. Now, I'm not getting out any large amounts of sacks right now because this is just a small amount of gravel that I'm moving. We are going to have an odd amount unless... This is technically gravel down here. I think it's actually 2 tiles of it, yeah. I remember feeling weirded out by the fact that that did not... the grass didn't cut for those 2. So we do have an even amount. That's good. Apparently putting down gravel is not enough to get rid of these twigs, so still gotta do that by hand. So all these gravel bits I'm picking up, I'm just going to replace them with metal and just basically extend the metal workshop floor all the way in this direction. And I can think about the gravel more after I fill in everything else. We have a spare construction light, so we are going to use it. Now I'm actually going to keep the grass tiles right in front of the wall here. Just keep that as a part of my part of the local aesthetic, because we've got the vines that'll grow there. So I'm actually going to keep that. I mean, it's not like it's really going to matter what's in that particular corner because everything else is going to stay intact. As much as I would love to go nuts with this, we're not going to go too nuts with it. We're going to extend the workshop floor, and then we're going to put a moratorium on welding floors. I'm going to make a few small steel sheets so that I have an even amount here. Got me 234 experience for each of those. That is pretty dank. We will get level 10 blacksmithing in no time with that. So that's going to be... We're going to split sheets for the rest. That'll be 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7. So a total of 7 metal sheets. And I will use welding to split those because that is relevant to our current interests, and we have plenty of propane to work with. About 100 welding experience each time we do that. This is technically the most efficient way to level your welding. But it also doesn't accomplish that much. Rods. Remember, these are all the ones I have. We've got 9 full stacks, and I'm probably going to end up allocating at least 1.5, maybe, full stacks towards this. This is one of the reasons, you're already seeing one of the reasons I bitch about welding rods not being makeable. And there we go. That didn't use up another full stack. We're good. So from this point on, everything is carpentry floor. So fatigue as of 2100 hours. I didn't notice if it popped up a little earlier than that. So I've already got roof coverage extending to the edge of this area right here, so another 9 floors right here. Another box of nails coming right up. Interesting. Didn't know we had the evening news in chat. The, whatchamacallit? Stronger dollar led by the yen. Nice. And, is anybody... I wonder if, how likely the news is to report exactly why the dollar is currently stronger. There are a lot of people who are not very interested in discussing that. And in fact, I have been accused of being a coping and seething Trump supporter just for mentioning that the dollar is currently stronger. Definitely one of the takes of all time. Don't, if anybody's not familiar, I don't really take political sides because who the fuck is on my side right now? Nobody. The, absolute state of the world right now. Most of the time when people take sides, it's because they want to be against somebody else. I'm not really interested in that personally. But there is a good reason that, well, good reason, there is a real reason why the dollar is currently stronger. Just not a reason that the mainstream media is, or very, very many people are not interested in talking about. As tired as they've been waiting. Interesting. I'm hoping you're not a bot. Hopefully you're just somebody who's interested in politics. Hey, I appreciate that, Zacto. I definitely appreciate that. That is, in a broader meta sense, were we a political force capable of political action? But alas, we are but humbled enjoyers of video games. Light Brigade, I'm gonna need you to tell me if you're a bot or not, and if you don't say anything about that, then I'm gonna have to assume you're a bot, because you're just coming in here and posting about the news. I'm not even against that, but no bots in my chat. I ain't here for that. Oh, it's actually past my bedtime right now. Thinking a little bit too hard about this stuff. There is, YouTube has, oh, good to know, good to know. The YouTube has rolled out a feature that I find to be very helpful in determining whether somebody is a legit account or not. The, whatchamacallit, whenever you're in the comments section of a video these days, all you gotta do is click on the profile picture of a user, and it'll bring up this little card, and that card shows you how long their account has existed. And you'll notice if you go to news videos these days, just any type of news, go to a news video these days, and just look at how many accounts are a couple of hours old, and just posting some hardcore political takes. Just, you know, we need to do this, we need to do that, argh. And that is, I found that very fascinating. Oh man, to do a got to do a caption now. Let's see here. I needed to open, or we've got nails. You know what? I think we got enough. That was less than 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, that was less than 2 hours of sleep, so we're probably going to get tired early. Well, you know what? We have chickens. I can pet chickens, and that gets rid of some stress. Beautiful. Everything must degrade. You know what? I'm gonna put one of the red lights out there. Why not? Late night chicken petting. Start declaring the Chicago Mercantiles Exchange key. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. That's not like a, it's not like a separate stock market, is it? Actually, I have no idea what that is. When I hear Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the first thing that comes to mind is, like one of those, index stocks, like the Dow. And I'm struggling with the decision of whether to do walls right here or not. I think I'm just going to do walls. A back door wouldn't hurt, but the question is where exactly to put it. I suppose right there, maybe. Because I don't want to be able to. I mean, there's no need to be able to drive straight through in this direction. That was one of the things I was holding off on thinking about. But no, we don't need to drive straight through in this direction. Because there's nothing. There's nothing to really drive through. I do want to be able to drive around my base for the parking lot here, but that's gonna be that's a shipment that'll necessitate a huge shipment of gravel. So yeah, we don't. This is also probably not going to be the back corner of the base, so. Alright, I'll do it. Worst case scenario, I change my mind. I'm going to go ahead and expend the remaining planks on the couple of walls and then the roof. Or whatever. That, and I'm actually going to try to sleep again, because getting interrupted that early on in my sleep cycle was probably not good, so let's try that again. Of course, that didn't really fix the situation. I still need to sleep again, probably. That's alright, it's too late now. We'll go ahead and proceed. It's not like I don't plan on being in combat, so fatigue popping up randomly is not going to be a danger to me personally, probably. Still don't like it. So the white van right here, the Plunky Mobile, is currently ammo storage. However, I don't actually have any other step vans with a perfect trunk right now. So what I'm actually going to do is probably just dump the ammo on the floor for now. Come back, pick it up later when we get another step van, because right now I need a step van with a perfect trunk to actually be a logging vehicle. So, as loath as I am to just leave my ammo on the floor, we got other things we need the van for right now. It is a policy of mine, if anybody watching has not seen my previous playthroughs. Generally, it's a policy of mine to try to keep cartons of all ammo types in step vans that I can bring with me as I progress through to new locations. Blew themselves up again. Well, that's not good. Was it because you threw a bomb? Because I have been on a bit of a verbal crusade against thrown weapons in this game. It just feels, everything about thrown weapons feel wrong right now. the flight time of the projectile, the amount of time it takes to blow up. All that feels wrong right now. Very wrong. You know, I don't remember where, but I do remember one of my folks who watches my videos after the fact mentioned that we had a sheep making stress noises. So I just wanted to double check and see if we had any stressed sheep here. We got calm, we got calm. We got calm. 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 He may have been referring to the ones that we left for pickup later, which is good. It's okay if they're still a little stressed because they're still in the field and it'll take a minute to transport them. We do have a lot of compost that we're leaving on the floor up here, too. There's actually something he mentions as well. Yes, I agree with the screaming woman. She makes a good point. It does actually behoove me to go ahead and build a compost bin just right up here, because then I don't have to carry the dung anywhere. Hey Lucas, how's it going? If I don't end up getting enough logs from these loose trees, we might get one from this. No, unfortunately, if I don't get any logs, I'm just going to unstack that group. Pretty good. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff on the agenda today. We are currently underway with a logging activity. We're going to level up carpentry by building a large room that we can dry crops in, because the crop harvest is coming up in a couple of weeks here. So that will get us carpentry level 10 and some dry crops that we can then turn around and use to level tailoring, as well as get some foodstuffs. And then once we've got the drying facility put together, we are going to deploy to Riverside to disassemble a bunch of the Electromax vans for mechanics experience. Once we get mechanics level 10, we are going to effect engine repairs on our lovely ambulance. And once we do that, we are going to deploy to Muldrow if we still have time. I do not know what the time expenditure is going to look like today. We didn't get a single log up here. That's okay. It is 6 days until Christmas. That is true. You know, I wonder. I've actually never tried to use charcoal as campfire fuel. Surely we can do that, can't we? I'm curious about the ratios now. I'm very curious about the ratios now. And we can actually figure out a relatively simple ratio. 9 tree branches is 1 large burn of... Or rather, a burn of wood charcoal. So all we have to do is see what... Well, we really just need to see what 1 unit of charcoal would get if we were to put it in into a campfire for firewood purposes, you know. Fire fueling purposes. Because then we can figure out the ratio from there. Normally, that's not something I would consider trying, but right now there is no time penalty to making charcoal. In the future, I'm almost certain there will be in the future. You know, I feel like the library trailer here has moved a little bit. But in any case, because of that plus the state patrol here, we're going to need to move this out of the way. Oh, I do not have any more salads prepped. That's... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Just shut the hunger up real easy mode there. So the ratio of quote-unquote large wood to charcoal is 9 pieces of large wood, aka like a tree branch or a sapling or whatever, to 12 pieces of charcoal. So basically 1 1/3 charcoal for every branch. All you need to do is bring upstairs just 1 piece of charcoal and just see if we can even use it. We can, however, that is a not good ratio. That is a terrible ratio. So a tree branch gets us 1 hour if we put it in there intact. A piece of charcoal gets us 30 minutes. And remember, you get 12 charcoal for every 1 tree branch. So in order for it to be, well, actually, no, this was the correct. I think we needed to, it should be like 45 minutes per piece of charcoal. Then it would be equivalent. Like there would be no gain or loss. But because it's only 30 minutes per piece of charcoal, turning it into charcoal first is not a good idea. That just wastes burn time. So if you're just going for burn length, which is what I'm trying to do, you do not want to burn tree branches into charcoal and then burn the charcoal. Probably could have figured that out more easily without doing any burns, but that's okay. We have learned things. We do have plenty of tree branches, so I'm just going to go ahead and top up this. Well, actually, no, I'm not, because I might move this. Will I? I think I don't know. I don't know yet, so I'm not going to actually fill it up. Because remember, if you pick up and put back down any sort of fire pit, old stove or whatever, it will not retain the firewood that's in it. So if I do want to move that, it would be unwise to fill it up now. So all of that I just yapped about. The reason I was thinking about it is because I was trying to determine whether it was something I should do to just go ahead and burn all these sticks to get them out of the way. Was there anything more efficient I could do with them? And I don't know, to be honest. I think right now I care more about having fuel for drying crops and whatnot than I do charcoal for blacksmithing. Let me amend that statement. I'm going to fill up the trunk of the truck first. Then we'll transition to saving our tree branches for burning. Oh no, we don't want to do that. I would prefer not to burn saplings. I know I'm putting them in the pile here, but that does not mean they're too useful for carving. Right, but remember the ratio that I'm talking. Let's just do the math on this. We get 1 hour, that's 60 minutes for every tree branch. So that's 9 tree branches times 60. We get 540 minutes of burn time for 9 tree branches. 9 tree branches is turned into 12 pieces of charcoal. For charcoal, we get 30 minutes for each piece, so that's 12 times 30. So we get 360 minutes of burn time for 12 pieces of charcoal, while you get 540 minutes of burn time for 9 tree branches. And the ratio, like I said, is 9 tree branches when you burn it at a charcoal burning barrel. Gets you 12 pieces of wood charcoal. So thinking about it in minutes is actually helping me a little bit better here, because the each piece of charcoal is 30 minutes. That's not 12 charcoals for every tree branch. That's 12 charcoals for every 9 tree branches. If it was 12 charcoals for every single tree branch, that would be amazing. Not even close, though, unfortunately. Maybe 2 more burns total. Shit, I was supposed to do that twice. Oops. I gotta stand there and do that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make something real quick to use up the last 4 charcoal in my inventory. And there's still plenty of things that would be useful to make right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and make a couple of door hinges, because I do have some standing by, but I also need some more. Easy 500 experience there. I'm now putting on an empty backpack for logging purposes. That backpack does need to have the rope, though. I'm going to do my logging up here to the north. I think this is closer. Or less effort to drive this way. Don't be deceived by these fields full of small trees. The small trees very rarely actually give logs. It's one of the reasons I hate the wilderness overgrowth system so much. Not just is it that the random trees grow all over the place without any real pattern to it. It's also the fact that very few of them actually give logs. I'm gonna go ahead and take off my tank top because I think that is what's causing us to overheat right now. I mean, it could be several things, but the tank top is the most likely. Oh, maybe there's more. Yeah, there's definitely more. Taking the long johns off, too. Cannot afford to be sweating right now. It is way too cold for that. You sweat in the cold, that's how you get sick. I only got exerted there because I was being an idiot and carrying around a log stack that I should have put away. Oops. Let's have a seat here for a minute. 20 minutes. There we go. Now we are technically getting close to the edge of town, and my observations have told me that zombies like to gather at the edge of town, and I don't know fully why. I have not seen anybody up here for quite a long time. In this case, it seems to be happening at the south end of town. Now, when we get all these logs, I'm not going to immediately saw all of them. I'm probably going to only saw, like, maybe a third or something like that. And then the remaining we'll just leave as logs, and we will saw them as we need to. And the ones that we don't need for construction purposes, we will save for firewood. Or charcoal. You can do all those things with logs. quite a versatile resource. Alright, so I'm getting a little tired of getting tired. So I'm actually going to see if there is a house that I can sleep in here. So I forgot about this, but you can fit 10 stacks of logs into a trunk. Are there smaller stacks you can fit? I've never tried smaller stacks. What if I unstacked this and maybe restacked it in a double stack? Seeing as I actually have a lot of rope, that is less of a waste of time as it normally would be now. What about 3 logs? So 2 stack weighs 6 encumbrance. A 3 stack weighs 9 encumbrance. Okay. So we can min-max a little bit here. So 10 stacks of 4 logs and then 1 stack of 3 logs. For a total of 43 logs in the trailer. And what am I going to do with the leftover log? Probably saw it and board up a bedroom window or something here. Just so that I have a place to sleep. Yeah, see, this bedroom here still has an intact door. And we do have pillows here. Just gonna disassemble the whole bed. Normally I don't do like all the way up to 4 planks on a window, because after 3 you can no longer see out of the window, but in this case I'd prefer not to be exposed to the elements. I don't know if this actually helps you with that, but in my mind it does. Therefore, I do. And the reason I'm sleeping out here is just because that way I don't even have to go all the way back to base. I have no idea. Actually, no, I do. 208 divided by 12. 17 and a third. So 17 times 12 is 204. That means we have 4 encumbrance left. So we can't do the same thing with a step fan. We cannot do like a can't do like a triple or a double stack, because even a double stack weighs 6. So yeah, there is no finessing the trunk of the van. Still getting hot. That's not too surprising. Down 1 log because of that triple stack. I'm gonna look for a floor log. There's gotta be one here. One of them floor logs. Oops. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are currently in the midst of a task sequence to improve a couple of skills at once here and handle a upcoming crop harvest. In the immediate future, we're cutting logs to get more wood to level carpentry. And what we're going to build in the process of leveling carpentry is a entire room to dry crops in after we harvest them. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but after that part of the equation is completed, we'll be going to visit Riverside to pull apart a bunch of vehicles, get mechanics level 10. And once we get to mechanics level 10, we will effect some engine repairs to our lovely, lovely ambulance, at which point we will be clear to go to Muldraw with a brand new lovely vehicle. firefighter axe of ours has only taken a little bit of damage so far, and I'm totally here for it. Rest for about 20 minutes here. See if that's enough to get my stamina back. This is where min-maxing with the stat bar mod would be incredibly important. But I can live without it for now. I've been doing so for quite a while. We can do a total of 6 trees now because we have a full stack of rope to work with. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep again. After I cut 2 trees. I think I've got enough stamina for 2 trees, and then I'll probably want to sleep. Maybe 3. We'll see. In any case, we're just gonna sleep instead of resting again. There it is. I have a little bit of room on my driver's seat, so we have a spare pillow in case we need it in the future. It's something I always like to keep on the driver's seat of my commonly used vehicles. Cooking pot, box of nails, pillow. basically the workflow, if it isn't sufficiently obvious, is we're doing one stack of rope at a time. I unstack the rope, dump all 12 rope pieces into my main backpack, cut a total of 6 trees, large trees specifically. That will give me 4 times 6, 24 logs total. And then we turn all those into 4 log stacks. That uses up the bundle of rope. Then we come back to the vehicle and dump them all into the trunk. In this case, I believe this will fill up the trunk. Actually, yeah, the trunk is now full. We'll take out the last rope bundle. You can fit one more in there. And it is now full completely. So that's all seats of the vehicle are completely full, including the trailer. So we have 1 log stack still to worry about. I'm going to drop that on the floor here. Come back for it. Unstack the last rope. This is going to be a hand carry. Now, speaking of hand carry, we can hand carry more than just that. What we actually, if we want to do a perfect logging run with the logistics available to us right now, I need to go get 4 more rope, and it doesn't really matter what kind. I'm going to do sheet rope, steal some curtains, because we got plenty of houses right here. I think this one's only going to have like 1. Looks like 3, actually. Perfect. Hey, another sheet in the dresser, and that means we've got all 4 rope that I needed. So what that's going to mean is that we have enough rope to have 9 stacks of logs at a ratio of 3 for each backpack. 1 in our back, 1 in each hand. And that's considering that I've already filled up all containers of a step van and an attached trailer. That is a perfect shipment of lumber. So we finally, after getting those last 4 sheet rope just now, we have all the rope that I need. So I no longer need to even think about picking up rope while we're out in the field. Unless I want it for local use, in which case it will just be used locally and not come back to any centralized location. Up a little bit of stuff I'm going to leave on the seat. Going to go ahead and move up next to these clustered big trees up here. When it comes to this part of the equation, I like to just leave the stacks in groups of 3, because each group of 3 is a full military backpack. Surprised I didn't get tired sooner. Now in this case, I think we've got 2 double log trees right here, basically equal to a larger one. There's 1 stack with regular rope, 2 stacks with sheet rope. So now, what we've got in front of us here are 3 full military backpacks and a vehicle and trailer that have both already been filled up completely. BEA, beautiful. You guys are witnessing peak vanilla logistics right here. I don't know of any way that this could be done better unless I had... Okay, I have room in my main inventory. I could put 1 more stack, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. I've probably already gotten more than I need, but we're going to find out. So what I'm going to do here is drive around on this side. We're going to unstack the logs next to the burn barrel here. Well, actually, I am going to do that, but I'm going to move the burn barrel because that's the good thing about the burn barrel that makes it better than the burn pit is you can just move it around freely. We're going to put all of the logs and the barrel kind of out here, somewhere nice and centralized, because this is the direction we're going to be building in. Actually, going to detach and then back up a little closer to the trailer so I can access both inventories at once. Sit on the floor right here and hit the unstack logs button. We have 36 quad stacks of logs. And then a triple stack. And then I'm going to turn around and stack back up the rope. And back into the trunk go the rope. Actually, this trailer should be the one to carry the rope. This is just going to be our dedicated logging trailer. That way I can have the step van's trunk open for other purposes, and I don't just have to leave the rope on the floor. Easy peasy. All right. That makes for a total of 147 logs, 1,323 encumbrance worth. That little bump that the trailer just did, that counted as a trunk collision. We lost 4 storage space in the trunk. I'm mad about it, but I'm only so mad about it because that will still fit. That'll still fit a full set of logs. That's what I get for backing up a little closer before reconnecting it. Gmod physics occurred. Yep, careful indeed. Oh shit, I am falling into underweight territory here. I need to start gaining weight immediately. So I'm doing the lazy thing. We're going to make some more butter. And then I'm going to go milk the cows to refill the milk jug. And I'm just going to hold on to this butter because when I get hungry again, I'm going to need to fucking just straight up eat it. I just don't have the time of day right now to be thinking about perfect meal to make. I've got so many other things that I'm trying to work on right now. Level of animal care right there. We are now level 6 animal care, so we have a book, actually animal care and butchering 4 we could read whenever we want. Gonna go ahead and churn 2 more sticks of butter so that we have what we're gonna eat now and then 2 on standby. Now, eating butter makes you sad. I should have pet an animal while I was up there, so I'm just going to go pet a chicken. We have a chicken hatch here, because one of the hens was probably fertilized when I brought it in here. So, this, thankfully, it is a female. I don't have to worry about killing it. This is a road F6. And when it grows up, it will also be an egg layer. So yes, I am literally just shoving sticks of butter in my mouth. We're already definitely way into calorie cap, but this will get us fats, lots and lots of fats, so that we will get into rapid weight gain. And therefore, all we have to do is feather our calories over the weight gain threshold for half a week, maybe. And then we will be able to get back up to a healthy body weight. This firefighter axe is past its prime. I am going to disassemble it and have another one on standby for logging activities. Once an axe gets below a certain threshold, it is gonna it's gonna take a little longer to kill a tree, and therefore it's no longer worth using. All of these axes are in perfect condition. So I'm going to leave this axe specifically in the trailer for logging. Oh, and another thing. There are a few log stacks that we didn't managed to unstack when we were taking them all apart because they were in the seats and glove. Good boy. Thank you. Strive to please. So, scratch the number I gave previously. We actually have 158 logs up here. Sorry, 159. Total of 1,431 encumbrance. This probably is why I couldn't assemble another stack. Yeah, there we go. Cutting a few metal sheets, making some rods. We are going to make a metal door. Well, actually, I'm going to leave the materials here to make a metal door. I'm not going to make it yet, because I still am not 100% sure if I actually want this to be a wall or a door frame. A lot easier to change my mind if there's not, you know, some dub rods invested in a door already. So we'll just leave that there for now. And if we end up deciding to go forward with that, then all the material's already there. We don't have a lot of daylight left here. We've got 2 hours until I go to sleep. I'm going to go get one of my vehicles and use its headlights as a flashlight for the log cutting and floor building out there. Just the race car, probably. Doesn't need to carry nothing. I'm going to do logs, 12 at a time. Looks like that actually takes me about exactly an hour, which is not bad. It's an interesting ratio, I didn't know that. Good to know. Probably is weighted by my carpentry being level 9 instead of 10. I know that recipes get faster as you get to the highest level. I'm gonna need to do some calculations here. Do I still have that image open? Shut up, Papa John's. Right here. The large racks are 3 by 2 tiles. So this is kind of like a really disorganized version of what we're going to be building. This is where I had to improvise, just use a nearby building. I am hoping to be ready ahead of time for the harvest, so I won't have to do that this time. That's going to be... I don't know if I ever really did solve this. I think what I wanted, what I was shooting for, and what I managed to get was one tile close to... One of the tiles of the structure needs to be like flush with the fire pit in order to get maximum temperature beneficiary. Pizza for breakfast. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and leave a couple of these backpacks here because we don't need to be draining our health in order to carry them all night. You know what? I'm going to go pet a chicken. Actually, I'm going to eat the last stick of butter and then pet a chicken. This should, being as my third stick of butter in a row, this should not only calorie ceiling, this should also put me in rapid weight gain. Because even if I was at the floor of total fats, the floor of fats is minus 300, or sorry, minus 500. 3 sticks of butter is over 1,000. So we should be above 500 fat if we eat this. I think fat just has to be over... Yeah, so fat just has to be over 400 for you to be in rapid weight gain. So we're now going to be in rapid weight gain for a while, because it takes a little while to burn fat. And that was apparently not enough to get rid of the sads. So we are also going to... I'm going to make her pancakes. because she deserves it. Well, actually, we're just gonna make her something nice real quick so that she can get to sleep. Pancakes is a little bit of extra effort. While this is cooking, we're going to go acquire those other books and leave them somewhere conspicuous. Animal care 4, butchering 4, both on the agenda. That got rid of the sads. Gonna shut the light off. Those bulbs are finite. For the 2 books I'm currently reading, I'm going to put in my main backpack here. While my crafting backpack, which needs to stay empty for everything but what I'm doing, can stay empty. We're actually going to be short just 1 nail here. So, the reason I was looking at the screenshot there is I need to plan the placement of these things. I believe I determined through past experience that corner tiles from the corner of a fire pit or a stove, whatever, corner tiles are less efficient than immediately adjacent tiles. So what we need to do is somehow get 4 of these drying racks in a one on each side of each fire pit. And that's going to result in them being placed in a strange array. Let's go ahead and get all the materials to build 4 of these so that we can figure out... Because basically, the sizing of this is going to determine the size of the room that I need to build. So we should do this now. Let's go ahead and... this is why I don't burn the saplings. I collect them here, but I don't burn them. Because we still need lots of saplings. Looks like we have a total of 14 long sticks. Large plant drying rack. This is going to be a twine chomping recipe. 8 uses of twine. That is at 5 per 5 per ball of twine. That is like 1 and a little bit more than half. If that's going to be 6, then let me go get 4 more saplings from somewhere. Alright, wine. We should have plenty up here. Yes, okay. So we need 32 units of twine total. Divide that by 5. We need 7 units of 7 containers of twine just to make 4 of these fucking things. God, that is... I'm going to take 5 from up here. I'm going to take a few from downstairs. Now, we do have hemp dog bane up here. I'm actually going to use that to go ahead and craft more twine as well, because that is something you can do. I want to say that 13 units of twine should hopefully be enough. It's going to fall just short. Do you have any, like, leftover bits here? Yeah, okay. So this will be like 13 and a little bit. So we've got 15 sticks here, divided by 6, but we need 24, so that's going to be 9 more. Yeah, we need 9 more saplings. I'm going to have to backtrack. I should have been thinking that if I was thinking far enough ahead, I would have picked up the saplings from all the trees we cut. Almost all the trees we just cut up here are going to have sapling on the floor. There's our 9 saplings. I think that's actually all in this particular sector here. We'd have to go across the street for more. Which is exactly what I'm going to do, because we need more than this. Lots more. So... Here's 13, that is a full passenger seat. What did you use your race car for? To store tons of saplings. Among other things. So now after I get a total of 9 in my main inventory, we're headed back, because I literally can't carry anymore. At least I can say that on the passenger seat, I have enough to make another set of 3. Beautiful. Alright, total of 24 long sticks. And plenty of nails. So, of course, building these outdoors right now accomplishes nothing but planning purposes. So, this is the arrangement. And then there is a fire pit that will go in the middle. So, the arrangement of free tiles is important. You need something to mark the terrain here. Let's just use like wood splinters or something, that's easy. So these wood splinters are being placed on tiles that are left empty. Now, this arrangement can fit together like puzzle pieces, which would mean we could do another set over here. And the fire pit would be offset by one tile. Sorry, it would be like almost like a castle move in chess. It'd be like an L shape. So if this, I'm gonna need something different to mark these tiles. I'm gonna use wire. So now these wire tiles represent another drying rack, which is a 4-tile. Yeah, 4-tile. I was wrong about the dimensions. Well, so the reason I'm putting this much effort into it, normally I wouldn't quite this much effort, but the reason I'm doing it now is because if we can get away with more drying racks with fewer fire pits next to them, then that is a lot less effort we have to expend overall. So if what I'm planning works out properly, then we're saving time here. So that would mean that the fire pit needs to go next to the drying rack like that. So this one, that means the fire pit would go here. Let's mark that with, I don't know. Steel sheet. Okay. So it is an L shape by 2, 3, 4. 4 tiles in between them. So that means the next campfire would be the next campfire would be here. And if I did it triple wide, which triple wide feels like a good number right now. Yeah, that feels like a good number. Okay. I'm going to use wire. I don't have enough wire bundles for this. I'm just going to use wood splinters to measure everything. I think we've lost the music. I'm going to go ahead and fire up our playlist, as is wont to do. This is what happens when you don't get into combat. So now the wood splinters represent more drying racks. Need 16 wood splinters to measure these out. At least we're doing something useful with these wood splinters, because I mean, otherwise they're worth just a couple of minutes of firewood for burning. So the utility of them is normally quite limited. I'm also going to use tree branches for something, but we're going to focus on the splinters first. Let's just say it's a good thing that I got gloves with scratch resistance, because carrying around all these splinters would not be good for my hands normally. No, I do work today, but I'm not on site. Today is out of band, and I'm here for it. Alright, so we've got marked all of the 4 drying racks that'll be surrounding that campfire. Now this one. I've learned why placing objects on the ground is so needlessly obtuse now, and it is happening because you cannot place something directly beneath your feet. You must walk to the edge of the tile first. I lack the verbiage to describe how stupid that is, but whatever. Alright, so the next part of this equation is something that I never did before. As we can see in my previous screenshot, there's no low fences or anything like that. However, I am going to maliciously exploit the fact that the devs have put in a hardcore nerf to the ability to block things by putting fences in front of them. However, in order to do that, I need to... Okay, so first I need to verify that putting down some low fences is not going to mess with the temperature differential. So we're going to need to go upstairs to do that, because we already have some drying racks upstairs. And I'm going to take... I dropped those tree branches a little early. I'm going to take 8 tree branches up with me, because I am going to go ahead and fire up the oven upstairs. You looted the library without bumping into a single Z inside. That's, Past me hurts for hearing that, because Past me had to fight a massive ground war to get in there. I get the feeling that it has been over-nerfed and is probably going to be unnerfed at some point. It just doesn't make sense for that many books to be that easily accessible. But whatever. I don't want to be a crab in a bucket. Alright, so we have now lit the fire here, and what I need to find out is if I put a low fence between me and the fire pit here, right here, does this change the temperature? It does not. Now here's why that's important. I'm just going to go ahead and build a crate to demonstrate what I mean. So, as you guys know, well, some of you may know that it used to be a meta to build a crate and then a low fence to block zombie movement. That no longer works, because now, whenever something is in front of a low fence, you can walk right through it. I am going to exploit the ever-living fuck out of this, because the proposition that I have to have fire pits next to things because of a January harvest is already so fucking stupid, so I have no qualms whatsoever exploiting this. As you can see, I can now walk straight through this crate I just built, and that is because of this low fence right here. And What I'm going to do now, though, because I know now that low fences will not block temperature from the stove. As you can see, we're still 78 degrees right here. 78 degrees here. 78 degrees here. 78 degrees here. All I've got to do is put some low fences in an array as such. And I don't need to worry about the other side because these railings count as low fences. So now, thanks to this placement array, actually never really needed to put this crate down. I could just put down low, or drying racks. I might actually do that. While we've got the thing running, we might as well do a leather drying run. I'm just going to put down the last fence that I was talking about here. Right here. So now, because of the placement of these 4 fences, I can walk through literally anything that I put on the floor here. Except for the fences themselves, which I don't need to. So now I'm going to get these drying racks back out. And what used to be blocking my pathing now no longer blocks my pathing at all. And like I said, I'm only doing this. It is an exploit, obviously. The only reason I'm doing this is because the whole reason that we need to dry this much stuff in the first place is because of this stupid, godforsaken, broken agriculture in this game. That requires you to harvest crops in January. I know I've already bitched about this, but again, harvest crops in January and then turn around and force you to either let those crops rot or put them on a drying rack. And the drying racks are temperature dependent, meaning they don't make any progress whatsoever if you don't have a fire pit. That's why we have to do all this dumb bullshit in order to actually get a harvest. I'm sorry. If it sounds like I'm mad, yes, a little bit. This agriculture system has hardly been touched, except for the change that they made that came out of fucking nowhere that changed these crops so that they're a January harvest instead of a May harvest. If I had to plant these crops in October and then harvest them in, like, April or May, none of this would be a problem. But that's exactly how it's supposed to work. That's how it used to work. It used to be that these were 240-day crops. But they're not anymore. They changed them into 108-day crops. Why? That's why. That's why. Honk, honk. That's why. I'm sorry. I should not be surprised that the devs don't take my bug reports anymore. I really should not be. Anyway, let's get some leather processed since we're going to have this campfire running. For me, yeah, if something's in the game, it's a feature. You know what? That's... I mean, I try to think ahead of ahead of what we see right now. I try to think ahead of it. Try to identify what is a feature that's supposed to be a feature, and then what's a bug that's probably, not supposed to be a feature. But when it comes to actually executing things that we want to do, that's a good policy to have. I generally want to play the game where reasonable. Where it is reasonable to do so, I want to play the game as the devs, or at least what I predict the devs' vision to be. This is not a reasonable thing. January harvests are not reasonable, and so I'm not going to engage with it, honestly. I will do what I have to do, short of debug mode. I mean, I'm not that obsessed. If I wanted to fix things in debug mode, then we wouldn't really be playing a video game. It is also my goal. That's kind of how I square the circle of making it my goal to demonstrate how this game is in its current form, warts and all. So we're processing some hide right now. That has me making 8 bowls of brain tan using these bowls that I filled up with water. And now we have 8 rabbit hides. I'm going to do what I did before and leave 4 of them furred, and then have the rest left as crude. I need a fleshing tool. So I've removed the flesh from all 8 pieces of hide. I am now going to remove the fur from 4 of them. So I've got fur 4 furred and 4 crude. And then we are just going to dip all of them into the tannin barrel here, along with the bowls of brain tan. So now we've got 8 pieces of wet leather, and we're just going to turn around and put those on these drying racks. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we transmuted some bowls there. These bowls went from bowls that we crafted to pre-war bowls, because that's what happens when you make brain tan and then use it. The recipe refunds not a clay crafted bowl, but a real one. That is a lovely little bug there that I would love to report if the devs actually listen to my bug reports. Now, if iron pipes were not required to build metal fences, I probably would have built these fences out of metal, because the metal fences you can see through. These wooden ones you can't see through, and I would prefer to be able to see through the fences, but it's whatever. Yeah, and that's the thing, Mario. That is a very difficult thing to be sure of, because they do have, here and there, they've got a few threads full of known bugs. I get the feeling that those are woefully incomplete. And, you know, that is what it is. There's only... It would take a lot of time for them to just go through and be like, these are all the things we're aware of that's broken, and actually keep it up to date. That's a lot of work that's probably not going to bring too much reward, because duplicate bug reports, or bug reports about something they already know about, they can just be like, hey, we already know about this. They don't do that. They just seem to leave a lot of bug reports completely unresponded. But whatever. I am still salty about that, but I'm not going to let it bother me that much right now. Now the question, of course, comes up as to what kind of fire pit we're going to make. Welded ones would be cool. Actually, shit. If we welded one more metal barrel oven, we could probably... we would be very close to the next level of welding. So we don't have to do all of them as metal barrel ovens, but... no, you know what? I'm going to do masonry, because I just kind of want to level masonry. Not for any particular reason. I do like the appearance of these fire pits. So that's going to be 10 stone blocks each, and 1 use of a clay cement bucket. We do have a clay cement bucket already, probably about 4 uses, I want to say. So I'm going to go ahead and break up some large rocks. In order to do that, I need a mobile crafting surface. My favorite mobile crafting surface in this game is a large cardboard box, which weighs only 2 encumbrance and can be moved freely. So yes, I am going to use a large cardboard box to break a massive stone. Don't think about it too hard. Just one of many things I must do in the pursuit of efficiency. Club hammer, mason's chisel into my backpack. So we actually already have large stone on the floor here. Oops. And we are going to break large stone into stones. sit on the ground and make 10 stone blocks. Now, on top of that, we've got a bunch of loose stones here. How many total? 10. Cool. Perfect number. So here is our second fire pit. And put the cardboard box here. Pull this large stone out of the ground. And here is our third fire pit. And since we have pre-measured exactly where these fire pits need to go, we can go ahead and make them. I am going to go ahead and put down the wooden fences in an array here. If we do 2, 3, 4... So I think the optimal placement of the wooden fences is going to be like 3 in a center arc. Because, see, I also want to not block visually the racks. I want to be able to click on the racks. Welding rods for a metal fence. That just doesn't feel worth it at all. But it's at least... Actually, that's a level 5 recipe for only 2 welding rods. That's actually not bad at all. I think I'm going to use welding for some of the fences. Yeah. Because we've got plenty of steel rods. I'm going to hold on to 6 of these. And I can make more steel rods. That is one... Steel rods is one thing I can actually make with blacksmithing. Of course, that doesn't really matter for bulk production of anything, because once we run out of welding rods, that's it. The metal fence, basic, and craftsman appear to have the exact same appearance. And that's whatever. I'm not that mad about it. Alright, let me grab a mason's trowel here. I should have somewhere. I don't know if I do, but I got a wooden trowel that'll work. And here's my clay cement. That's pretty good. 109. Oh, look at that. You really had to do that. Oh, fuck you. Okay, that's so stupid. That just ruins it. Had to find a way to ruin it. Whatever. Okay. I mean, at least we didn't waste anything technically because we still got plenty of welding experience for that, but I'm still kind of salty about it. Such a silly little problem. But that's unstable beta shit right there. It would be amazing if I could report it as a bug, wouldn't it? One of the reasons I wanted to lean towards welding is because I thought the metal would match the stone a little better. But maybe instead of metal, or maybe instead of welding, I'll just use maybe I'll just use masonry too. Oh, 23:30. It's already past bedtime. Let's go ahead and hit the sack. We'll have plenty of time overnight to do more. We are above the underweight limit. That's good. Never built a masonry fence before. Oh, there is no stone low wall. Well, that would explain it. There's a short brick wall. Bricks are something that I can make. In fact, that would get me a little bit of pottery experience. Sure, why not? I want to see what that looks like. Let's give it a shot. We've got a little bit of clay here. For that, I need a wooden brick mold. Just going to use a couple planks to make a few molds that I might want someday. So, a clay brick mold. And how about a wooden tile mold, too? Now I believe we have to do bricks instead of 6. Yeah. So I need to make 6 bricks. This will probably actually get me a level of pottery. And we're still level 1 pottery. Well, actually, that's pretty low. Considering we've read the book, that's ridiculously low. Whatever. So now we got ourselves 6 bricks. That is, what is that, 3 fences worth? Yeah. Now, let's assume that, if we assume that all fences are gonna, we don't have to assume that, let's test it. We don't have to assume anything. Let's try building a wooden fence and see if it layers in front of it. Yeah, okay, so it's basically just all fences. All fences layer in front of the fire pit, because that means the problem's with the fire pit, not the fence. So that was just a carpentry fence. We didn't waste anything for that. Now what, how do we use that to some sort of aesthetic advantage here? You know what, that might not look that bad. That actually, oh, look at that. It doesn't block it on that side. Only the other side. Okay, cool. What is that? That's north facing right there. So that is west facing. Cool. Now, that had an unusual side effect. It spawned a pole. I've never seen a fence spawn a pole before. Is that going to block my movement? Not any more than the regular fence does. Okay. Now that I know that, I actually think I might want to try welding instead. The masonry fence doesn't look that bad, but it's just a question of orientation. And yes, I am sweating over aesthetics. I'm going to be spending a fair bit of time on this at some point in the future, so that was the little pole that automatically spawned in. That didn't really change anything, which is okay. Remember, the whole goal here is to learn things. We are now out of clay cement. That's all right. We will need a bucket of water, though. Haven't had rain for a few days. Holding out hope that we'll get some. I would like to do this with grass. That means I need my 5. Because there's no point in using sand, which is a relatively limited resource in the area, when I could use grass instead. Whenever you make clay cement, you can choose between grass or sand, and I recommend choosing whatever is more locally abundant. It requires 50 grass cuttings. Well, I mean, limited in so far as I would have to go farther away from my base to get more of it. Yeah, I mean, you can find some. That's not a question. It's kind of like saying logs are limited, right? Because I can't just walk outside and get more logs right now. But grass, I can walk outside and get more, and it will always regrow. So in my current paradigm, it just doesn't make sense to use sand unless there's something... there's no alternatives. Okay, I don't know anything anymore. It seems to be entirely selective then. Yeah. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I just need to get something that actually works. Something that isn't ugly like that. Now, you may notice that we're not getting steel rods back when we expend steel rods to make this. I have no idea why that's the case. Don't really care. We're not... I mean, we're... Okay. We're getting nuts and bolts back when we do that, so that's very funny because... thus far, as I understood, it was not possible for the player to make their own nuts and bolts. Technically speaking, now we can. Build a fence and then disassemble it. That's obviously not functioning as intended. I should have gone to bed an hour ago. Still in rapid weight gain. Doing good. Alright, like I said, I no longer care about any of this nonsense. We're putting all this away. No more welding for this. I mean, we're done with welding until we read the next book either way. At the very least, I can say that I don't mind the... I don't mind the fire pits. I actually kind of like them. So we are going to stick to using the fire pits. Of course, we're not going to be lighting these anytime soon, but it doesn't hurt me to just get these tree branches out of the way and shove them into the campfire to max fuel. You know what? I'm not going to do another row in this direction. I have changed my mind on which direction we'll go. Seeing as I have confirmed that these assortments kind of fit together like puzzle pieces. We're going to do 2 wide, and then we're going to go deep. Tentative. That placement right there. Tentative. See, this is going to cause one tile drift in this direction. But I'm actually kind of okay with that. And that would mean that the next one would be an L shape in this direction. So down, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, down, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, place. Okay. So we've got our first 4 at least. That works for me. That just means I need 10 more stone pieces. Got our cardboard box still? Yeah. Just deploy our cardboard box next to this large stone here. Get that chunked up. Level of masonry, so we've got masonry that we can read too. In a perfect world, I would have read the book before putting those down, but it's fine. We had already allocated the materials, so I'm not going to wait to read a book just to build 2 things. That would only get me like 50 experience each. Okay, so I'm not gonna talk about what that actually looks like. That might get me banned in Germany. The chances of us being able to actually build all these drying racks, basically non-existent. I think we have more saplings than we do twine right now. Gonna sit on the ground and carve all 12 that I can carve right now. Sorry, 24. Oh no, that's okay. Forgot these are in sets of 6. Yes, I feel the same way. So we actually only had enough in the vehicle for 2 more. There goes another hunting knife. Grab a new one of those. Also, I think my machete is done too. More or less, it's at half-mast. I'm just gonna call it on the machete for now. And that means I need to make a new one. .500 experience. Blacksmithing level 10 is always pretty easy. Be there in no time. New machete on the belt. I believe we have enough twine on our person for all 4 of these. But then we're going to be coming down the home stretch on twine. So not only will we be out of sticks, we'll also be out of twine. Box myself in. Oops. So another thing that I can now consider is this arrangement allows me to keep... hang on, that might not be a true statement. I was about to say it might allow me to keep a lumber box in reachable proximity to each fire pit, but I don't actually see that happening. Well, maybe. No, maybe we can do it. Yes. I think we might be able to do it. We'll have to actually pick that back up, because I left all my bags there. Put away the leftover twine. Oh, fire we started up here is already out. Of course it is. You can use all 32 of those wood splinters to fill it halfway up. Maybe I shouldn't have used up all of those wood splinters because now I'm ran out of twigs up here. Oop. But what I would do then is, in these outer tiles here, we put a crate of firewood, and that actually is going to help us decide exactly where to put our fences, because we need to be able to access the crate. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to see it come together here. We need more nail. I might have to just fucking deal with that. I don't like it. In fact, I actually really fucking hate it, but that actually might be the optimal, one of the optimal solutions here. That allows me to move straight through it on that axis. I need to be able to stand on that tile right there, so that means we'll put one fence like that. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, so problem here is the... Oh no, this might not work at all. Yeah, based on, well, actually, let's do a little bit of retooling here. I would not want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that because that would have me just jump right into the campfire. Even if, yeah, no, no, I don't want to do that. No. That's why I was hesitant to do it like that, but, do it like that. We still can't access the campfire from there. I don't think it's going to be possible. It's probably not going to be possible. We're already pushing the limits of what should be possible here. Are we? The problem is I can't reach through the wooden fence to pick up from the crate. That's the problem here. Yes, there is no world where I can reach both the crate and the fire pit while I'm exploiting this. Sag. Very sag. That's alright. That means I'm just arraying the planks for aesthetic value. Because there is no functional value that'll get me any closer than that. Actually pretty straightforward. Just the outer rim. That's all. The outer rim needs to be covered in fences. Now this is going to be a little complicated because I need to build walls on this side. So I'm going to do windows instead of just windowed walls. Windowed walls will enable me to walk through in the same way. Okay, picking up more plank. We can put away the masonry tools now. I like how the cardboard box has just become a masonry tool. Not bad. I kind of like it. Yes. Okay, so it looks like a bit of a maze almost, but I can now walk straight through every single one of the drying racks. And therefore, well, every single one except for, we do have to put them directly next to the fires here. And that was exactly what I was hoping to avoid, but, well, what are we going to do? Actually, we did confirm that the masonry walls don't block the campfire, so I mean, we can at least partially... Now, this is actually making me wish that I had done metal barrel ovens instead of these, because the metal barrel ovens, we can, like, see the tops of them. But, whatever. I don't need to overthink that any further. We have definitely made our lives easier. I just got a little bit of reading to do. Gonna do that. Let's get the fire topped up here. See, that right there is what I'm gonna miss. Being able to get firewood just from a tile that is just like 3 tiles away like that. I won't be able to do that, and it's because of how thick the it's just because of how thick the drying racks that we have to work with are. I can get away with it here because these drying racks are just 1x1s. Alright, I have to step away briefly IRL, so I'll have her read Animal Care for a minute there, and then when I get back, we'll fast forward through the rest of the night and continue. I do believe we'll have this contraption completed before Christmas, easily. Just another day, tops. And then we will work on getting it actually enclosed. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. All right, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. We have dropped out of rapid weight gain, so I'm going to fix that the easy way. I just don't have time for this shit. I've got so many things I'm trying to do. Stopping everything and fucking around with cooking is not one of them right now. Alright, gonna saw another triple log here. Notice I didn't even complain about the fog today. I'm so proud of me. And that's because we have lots of things to do that aren't going to be held back by fog. This is why I do the logs in 12 at a time, because that fills up 3 military backpacks worth. Wait a minute. I think that one's redundant. That one right there. This one right here. Okay, I think we're just about there. Yes, okay. So there is one redundancy, and that's fine. Oops. If it looks stupid, yes. Yes, you are. Chad, yes, you're 100% correct. One of the stupidest things I've ever fucking built, but it's actually, it's going to make drying these crops so much easier. The only problem with it is it shouldn't have to exist. Also, it's just plenty of carpentry experience. That wasn't me. That was just a guy. Come on. Come on. 3 times a charm. That's my mouse, more than the game, probably. My mouse is starting to double-click more and more often, when it's supposed to only single-click. Switches have a very finite lifespan. No matter how much I'd rather this one last forever. That's going to get tiresome real fast. I should have put the floors down before I put the gates, whatever. No, we're not doing any turkey Christmas. There's not a single turkey on this map. If we had one, sure. But there is literally no turkeys on the map. Chicken will have to suffice. Yeah. Well, NPCs will come someday. It's going to be a very, very, very long day from now. I'm not holding my breath for anything. Especially not after what happened to the Fun Pimps. If it can happen to them, it can happen to the Indie Stone. They're very different companies, but at the end of the day, they're people who said they were in it for the long haul. Lemmy's already threatened to do it once. The point I'm trying to make is if the devs sell out, we will never see NPCs. I'm of the firm opinion that there is 0.0% chance that anybody else out there can actually handle this game. They would just fuck it up. And that's just because of how deep in the weeds it already is. You might as well just remake it from scratch. We're about a third of the way through carpentry here. That and finding Java devs in and of itself. Even the engine's coding language is a massive problem at this point. Wait, really? I should have gone farther down than that. I did, but I missed 2 spots. Okay, whatever. Hardly a surprise. I mean, to be entirely honest, the devs of this game are, financially speaking, they're leaving a lot of money on the table with this game. There are so many different things they could have done that they haven't, and I'm totally okay with the fact that they haven't. There's 5 more planks I need to get rid of here. I'm going to do the 2 up here, just, yeah, because there are several missing spots below. Of course, I forgot about this fucking thing. I only have so many brain cycles to operate on here. It was a bit of a whimsical decision in the first place, but it's whatever. No worries. Yeah, we're just doing another run. Yeah, Christmas Eve. I think I am on track. I'll probably be able to have this finished by midnight on Christmas. No, I wish we could. I wish we could have functional Christmas lights. That's what I wish. I do enjoy. I'm a big Christmas enjoyer, but I've also got. I'm a bit of a stickler for traditional Christmas decoration, and we can put down string lights now, but we can't light them. So I don't know how I feel about that. Machine gun construction, baby. Of course, there's more planks, but we gotta go to sleep now so that we're on schedule. There are Christmas decorations out there. There's just no way to make them, and you have to get really, really lucky to find them. They're like a really rare spawn for storage units. And there's just not very many storage units out there right now to work with. For another box of nails. Open box, 100 items. Shut up the fucking hunger. God damn it, woman. That is the one downside to having, whatchamacallit, low fences. She will try to jump over them. Not professionally, only as a hobby. As a hobby, I have basic comprehension of Python, a little bit of Lua. Java is something that I've mentioned before. I took a class in it in high school. PowerShell, actually. PowerShell is the one language that I'm close enough to say that I run it professionally. Half of what you see on my screen right here with the windows and whatnot is just the results of a PowerShell script that I run every morning. Where is it set when? I'm a little bit partial to PowerShell. Very lovely language. Specifically today, for Project Zomboid, I have this launch binding command for whatchamacallit, to launch a shortcut. Runs in a minimized window. And then fires up FFplay for the 4 video things that stay on top of the screen there. The chat window there, that's on screen there, uses a PowerShell script. Where is it? PZ Chat? Yeah, this one right here. That looks for a untitled Mozilla Firefox window, which is usually going to be the only one that I have open, and moves it to very specific screen coordinates here, and sets the window long pointer to a specific hex code that allows me to click through it. Bash Python. I don't know if Bash Python is going to help you much with Zomboid mods. Bash is kind of like the Bash is kind of like the Unix version of PowerShell. Not exactly, but it's a language that you can use to write system commands, and there's crossover in that. I don't know Bash anywhere near as well as I know PowerShell, but I know it well enough to see a few parallels. So we only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more blanks up top here. Forge armor pieces without the... I have no idea. I've never tried. And, forging armor is kind of a meme in my mind, so I don't... Speaking of memes, don't know if I would ever bother even trying. But, that's interesting, to say the least, because that means that skill prerequisites that require multiple skills might not be functional right now. It might just be that there's one skill required, and that's all they have the capacity of doing right now. Yeah, that makes sense. In a strange way, that makes sense. Wait a minute, am I short by one? I think I'm short by one here. Yeah, okay. And if I'm not, then this doesn't hurt too much to do. Yes, okay. This is going to be a little bit catacornered here. Because I need a little bit of extra room to be able to back the truck up and in and out of the parking spot there. So making the door right there, and I think at this point we can go ahead and let go of the rest of these logs. We're going to need them all. More nails. We may actually run out of planks. If so, that's fine. We'll make two. Yeah, 69 planks left. Nice. Yeah, we're definitely not going to have enough planks. It's whatever. See, is it? No, doesn't care that it's not indoors yet, and that's mostly expected, although mildly disconcerting. I do have another loose plank somewhere over here, so at least I can have an even number. I don't even really have a solid plan for Windows. It is a mediocre operating system at best. And that's it for all the planks. So we are definitely doing another logging shipment soon here. But in the meantime, it's Christmas now. For Christmas, we get colored lights. Christmas colors are red and green. I'll go pet her for Christmas, maybe. That was a side hit, right? That had better have been a side hit. Or a door hit, rather. I hate those fucking trees so goddamn much. It looked magnificent. Nope, we have peace on Earth tonight. And of course, being as it's Christmas Eve, we must have something delicious. We are going to have a roast. Actually, we're gonna have a cake. Yeah, we're gonna have a cake. Need 1 liter of milk. And a bowl. Alright, you know what? I'm also going to put on something nice here. There's 2 versions of this soundtrack. That's the action variant. That's the... Here we are. Yeah, there we go. Appropriate. This is from Serious Sam. Let us prepare ourselves a cake, shall we? And it is going to be a fruity chocolatey cake here. We have some apricots. And marmalade for the brights. And then we're going to have some jam and caramel candies. Yeah, that sounds delicious. And we're going to glaze it up with some honey and cinnamon here. And that's going to come out quite delicious. So that's coming out to about 93. I'm going to call that a Christmas cake. And that's going to be about 20 per slice. Because when you slice a cake, it goes into fives. So let's call that a 20 Christmas cake. Because that way when I slice it, each piece is worth about 18, so that's an estimate. Works well for me. So we'll go ahead and have one. And the rest go into the fridge. Merry Christmas. It is now Christmas Day. By the magic of 3D placement, all three of our animals here have hats. Merry Christmas. The regular lights we can keep up, but the light bars are a little too valuable to be running that much longer. And it's fine. They've served their purpose. I think leaving them running all night constitutes a couple percentage points going down. I'm going to give her a bath as the rest of our overnight here. That's a nice peaceful thing we can do for Christmas. And I'm going to go pet Athena before I do that. Oops. Interesting. I think she's glitched. Yeah, she's glitched. So, you know what? I'm just going to... I'll just wave at her then. I will pet Butch here. And of course Hershey. Yeah, I know, right? Actually, instead of washing our clothing, I know the perfect gift to Dani today. The perfect Christmas gift. A laundry machine. That's something that we should have had a long time ago, actually. And we're just going to go grab that really quick. When we first installed the water barrels for the rain barrels for a laundry infrastructure, we never actually got to electrical, high enough electrical to pick up washers and dryers yet. But now we are very much there. We're going to go visit the laundromat down here. Well, this is a shame. I might have to break in. Ah, look at that. The back door is unlocked instead of the front door. Cool. I can actually have peace on Earth for the buildings, too. If only I could put the pink flamingos into the lake. So you can start to see a little bit more why I put the fence there. Oh, that opens inwards, so... Alright, so the washer and dryer we planned for this corner here, but this corner here is kind of blocked. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to pick up the pottery wheel and put it away for now. We don't use the pottery wheel very often. And basically when we do, we'll just take it back out. So the dryer, let's double check the rain barrels up here. So the rain barrels are there, there, and there. So we want the dryer on this side. But I can't because of the cursed wall shelf there. Damn. Actually, that's not the worst spot in the world right there. See, we can move around the dryer freely later. The washer is the thing that's going to be harder to move because we got to plumb it in the correct location. Speaking of which, I don't think I have a plumbing wrench downstairs. I have one upstairs. We are officially out of firewood. Alright, so how do we do laundry in this game? Well, we've got power and water, now that we've plumbed it. But we need something that's going to keep us warm if we're going to go... That's what I usually like to do, is go to sleep while the clothes are washing. So we need something to keep us warm while our clothes are washing. Usually a good thing for that is just a full set of military gear, because I usually have some military gear set aside. So... Urban Camo is, I think, something I have the most copies of right now because I like it a lot. Urban Camo is warm. That looks good right there. There's still plenty of clothing that I would love to use, but needs to be repaired first. Long johns. I should have a spare pair of long johns somewhere, but I don't. And that's disconcerting. I'm going to hold on to that hoodie then. That should take care of everything. Shield your eyes, YouTube. You can't show that in public. I actually kind of like this. It's almost like snow camo. I'm gonna be real with you guys. The urban camo pajamas actually kind of looks like urban camo just gear in general kind of looks like pajamas. It absolutely looks like something I would wear as pajamas, IRL. I feel like I gotta go on Amazon now and go buy some urban camo pajamas. I'm sure they exist. Oops. Honestly, at least during the day, we don't need too much in the way of floodlights in here. but it's worth having for the sake of it. Having some more Christmas cake. Delicious. Oh yeah, so the Christmas theme that we were listening to, it does have a combat version. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's actually Land of the Damned. That's from Serious Sam 4. I hadn't actually seen that one. Yeah, here it is. I forgot that the sound effects from the game are actually a part of the track. Oh, that's funny. I'll post a link to that in the chat. That is from the whatchamacallit, Serious Sam, the original Serious Sam soundtrack. Your cell. You know, there's actually a very small percentage chance I might get a copyright claim for that, or like not a like a copyright claim, but like a just a YouTube soundtrack detection thing. I forgot that the Serious Sam OST is not the kind that most other video game soundtracks don't trigger YouTube copyright claims, but kind of like the Halo soundtrack where there's drama over who actually owns the copyright after Marty O'Donnell went nuts, or the other way around. Microsoft went nuts and O'Donnell didn't get what he was owed. I don't know if there was similar problems with the Serious Sam soundtrack, but I do know that it is subject to detection. R.I.P. This was always supposed to be one of my shitposting channels, but I mean, I've actually been trying to practice good YouTubing. Emphasis on trying. I actually forgot that a couple of my buckets ended up indoors here. Didn't even really pay attention to that. Hello there, Sprout Boy. How you doing? There we go. A little bit more watering to do here. We got a little bit of snow the other day, but snow doesn't water crops very well. Doing pretty good today. It is currently Christmas Day in-game, and that's a lovely, fun thing. Got ourselves a Christmas cake, had some Christmas lights, that sort of fun stuff. Now we're watering our Christmas crops. Alright. And my gift to my character for Christmas was a, whatchamacallit, washer and dryer here. So now we can gear back up in our regular kit. What I like to do when I'm doing a set of clothing specifically to keep me warm while laundry is going through is I'll leave it in the dryer so that when I undress, toss everything into the washer, we can just take the warm clothes out of the dryer. You can do that in real life too, if you're the kind of person who waits until the last minute before you're doing laundry, which guilty as charged. I do, no, I do solo. This game is not, I have a long screed on survival crafting games and multiplayer. I don't recommend doing it personally, but if that's what you're into. I mean, if you're going to do it with only people you trust. My current policy, and I actually kind of came up with a bit of a way to explain this. My policy on survival crafting games in multiplayer is that I will not play multiplayer in any survival crafting game with somebody else unless I know where they live and I can drive down the reasonable amount of distance to go and fucking punch them in the face if they decide to break my shit. That is my policy with survival crafting multiplayer games. Because if you don't have that, then get ready for people to mess with you, because it'll happen eventually. It's a question of when, not if. I would love to get this fire relit, but this fire has no more wood up here. And our drying racks are at a standstill until we get some more wood. I was planning on doing a lumber trip anyway, so I think that's what we're doing next year. But first, cake. Oh yeah, also this jacket, the hoodie here. The game is a lot more stable on solo. I haven't actually played B42 multiplayers myself yet, but the other day I was looking at some footage of other people playing it, and I was quite baffled by what I saw. I guess people have higher tolerances for instability than I do. I thought my tolerance was pretty high considering what I'm playing right now, but no, some people who actually play this game regularly multiplayer, they've got even higher tolerance than I do. There are certain things that I witnessed, like people getting animation grabbed by zombies but not actually taking damage. No, none of that. Not for me. Not for me. It's probably a desync is probably what I was witnessing. Oh, what was the guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. I should probably shout out. It was a fellow Zomboid streamer. I don't usually look at other streamers, but every once in a while I'll peruse. In order to see these streamers, you go to the Games tab there. I don't think they're currently live. And this was where I found them, was on this page. That being said, this page has really high turnover. Like, really high turnover. I can see my own streams show up in here every once in a while. I can't remember the guy's name. He was one of the ones who had AI-generated thumbnails, which is probably about a third, maybe, of people these days. A lot of people like to use their AI thumbnails. Oh well. But yeah, there was another streamer who was doing modded multiplayer, and I observed some very strange game behavior that I never see in single player, and that was kind of what further reinforced my lack of interest. Order of operations. We're going on another logging trip. I think we're equipped well enough for it. We got food and water. We're good. The cakes that we still have that we haven't eaten yet are 2 days worth. I'm going to have to fire up the game's music again because, of course, the music died. Yeah, I mean, and literally me makes a good point there. Every survival crafting game that you play that has open multiplayer is always eventually going to devolve into rotating security shifts against the people who come through to fuck with it for the lulz. Constantly maximizing your defenses, and if they're not maximized, constantly just keeping an eye on things manually. Being the defenses, if you cannot maximize them. So we should have a axe in the trailer, as well as all the rope. Wait a minute. Is this the right trailer? Yes, this is the right trailer. Okay. Off goes the engine. Yes, whitelist is a godsend. And he's already gone. Well, hopefully he enjoys hanging around for a bit. We go long here. Alright, we've got a ton of rope in our backpack. I'm just going to chop trees and then bundle things up and then move on to the next tree. You know what I should have done? I'm going to leave the trailer here and go do this now. I should have brought a book. Because if I'm going to be able to sit down and read in between log chopping, that would be great. So I'm just going to put away a couple of things in my satchel so that I can carry around the books that I am currently in need of read. Now I have Animal Care and Butchery out, but I have since then I have leveled a few things that I need to read the books of, most notably Welding. Yeah, most notably Welding is definitely what I need to read next. And second priority after Welding before that would be Masonry. So Masonry and Welding 5. Stuff that I'm going to leave behind. I don't need to be carrying around coffee if I'm just going to be in the local area. Okay, so now we have books to read. When we get tired, we will definitely get tired. I spend 1 hour reading for every couple of trees I break. Another slice of cake. So, okay, so carving and Longblade, you're never going to find in any library. Blacksmithing. Actually, you should have found carving and blacksmithing. If you're talking about volume 5s, volume 5s are hard to find no matter what you're looking at. Remember, I have not found carpentry 5. Usually I take that almost for granted because I don't know if I've ever had trouble finding carpentry 5 before. But one of the reasons we ended up building that entire custom complex there is because I never found carpentry 5. So now Longblade 5, if that's what you're looking for, first of all, good luck. I went a couple thousand hours without ever finding it. This character has found it 3 times. The places you have to look are survivor zombies and survivor homes. Those, as far as I know, are the only places that you can reliably find a Longblade 5 copy. You get an astronomically low chance at every cardboard crate. So if you go to a house and there's a closet with a couple of cardboard crates, there is like a 1 out of 1,000 chance you might find a... well, okay, so let me back up a second. First, there's like a 1 out of 100 chance that maybe not 1 out of 100, 1 of something. Something in the dozens, probably. Like 3 or 4 dozen, maybe. That it will be a book crate. And then, if it is a book crate, then you get a 1 out of like 1,000 chance of it being a Longblade book. So, basically what I'm saying is, your best chances are survivor zombies and survivor homes, because those are like, every single time you come across one of those, you're getting multiple chances at loot tables that directly include chances of the Longblade books. But yeah, beyond that, it's all just luck. This character has been so much more lucky than my previous two, for Longblade specifically. $17.10. Let's read until 18. Yeah, so Survivor, what is it, napping and carving are 2 of the book categories that, for me, feel like they're extremely underrepresented in normal libraries. I have seen them in normal libraries, including on this character. I actually remarked that we found napping 4 relatively early on in a regular library loot table. Actually, it was here in the library in town, but the library here in this town was looted and trashed. So I don't know if that is a factor to that. I actually have no idea if the fact that it was looted and trashed and then we found it on the floor in a library. I actually have no idea. The only reason I say that it might be dependent on that is because I don't know of any times I've found that particular book on a bookshelf in a library. Sorry, we're real deep in the weeds at that point, but needless to say, it's rare. Needlessly so. Like, it's way more rare than it should be. We're talking about entire bookstores. There should be something on that in your standard Kentuckian bookstore. Actually going to leave the car running because well, too late. The battery is a little low. No, I 100%. New headcanon applied. Now, normally I would probably just sleep out here. However, today, I'm going to go ahead and go back to base because there is a bunch of, or rather, I want to go ahead and get the fire relit so it can at least be running while I sleep here. I'm going to use this small form lumber here to feed the fire for now. Or is blocked. Yeah. large branches are way more fuel than they, absolutely. Yeah, they're definitely more fuel than, they're worth anything else. So, like, you can take a large branch and turn it into a single plank, with sawing it, but that is... Yeah, no, large branch is definitely probably the most efficient form of firewood that I know of. What is that, 4 hours each? I think it is. Just read for 3 hours and then we'll redeploy tomorrow. What do they call the day after Christmas? Boxing Day? It's not something that is too deep in the American tradition. At least not where I grew up. Yeah, large branches, literally 4 hours of fuel. Holy crap. So the most efficient use of large branches is you use them to fuel your fires. Flashlight battery's been close to dead for a little while. I'm going to go ahead and get that replaced. No, literally me, the ratio is terrible. You get 3 to burn, whatchamacallit, burn wood into charcoal. It's a ratio of 3 large branches to 12 coal. 4 times 60, that is 4 times 60 is how many minutes of campfire, or how many minutes of campfire fuel that you're getting out of each large branch. So 3 times 240. 3 times 240. That's 720 minutes of campfire fuel for 3 large branches. Versus, if you did tree branches, that's just 9 times 60. That's 540. So whenever you turn 3 large branches into 12 charcoal, you're basically... obviously, if you only have large branches, then do what you have to do. But if you've got the option to choose what to turn into charcoal, I would prefer to choose that which has lesser of a burn time than what if I wanted to use it for burn time. We need some more water. Okay, this is getting a little bit absurd. My battery is getting lower and lower in this fucking thing. And it shouldn't be. I'm literally going to put it on the fucking charger. I shouldn't have to do this. 66% remaining? This is one of my most actively used vehicles. It's fucking stupid. I don't know what's going on with this, but I have heard people complain about it, and they're completely fucking correct. I'm just going to swap it out for... I mean, all these are 100% condition batteries anyway, so... When that one's done recharging, we'll just stick it in the ambulance. I never actually got water. I'm gonna steal some from the house down here. God damn it, I stopped gaining weight. Fuck. I've been burning too many calories. I'm actually fucking mad about it. God damn it. I should have known that it would be sawing logs and carrying around heavy stuff all day. I should have known that that would burn through my calorie. I actually thought that the Christmas cake was going to be high enough calorie to keep us sustained, but nope. Nope. Putting on weight in this game is so tedious sometimes. So tedious. Basically, that just means I'm eating another godforsaken stick of butter when we get back to base. We can put one more stack in there. Well, let's just take the rope out now. And let's also get the other containers. I usually try to fill those up first. So one in the glove, 2 passenger. Wait a minute, are we past prime on this axe already? I think we're alright. I'm not into the business of counting the swings yet. Or if I was, I'm not currently. Jeez Louise, already been up this for 6 hours. I regret to inform everybody I might not be able to make it to Muldraugh today. This definitely is taking longer than I expected it to. Had a few key setbacks, and that's all it takes these days. But we've had a good time so far. Nice Christmas and whatnot. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I probably don't need to eat another stick of butter. What I probably need is to just get my calories back up. So we can probably just straight up drink milk then. Usually, as long as your fats are good, which after eating, yeah, there's no way we burned all that fat yet. No way. No, our fats are probably still in the good. It just doesn't matter if if you have a surplus of fats. If you don't have the calories, then you can't put on weight. So it's probably just a calorie problem. So we'll just drink a 2 liter of milk when we get back to base. That probably will fix the issue. We're positioning for hand carry now. Oh, damn it. I left my other military backpack back at base. Fuck. Alright, well... I guess 3 of these log stacks are just gonna have to sit here then. Because I'm an idiot who couldn't remember to put a backpack back into a satchel. Okay. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. There it is. I'm... called myself an idiot a little too quickly there. Sometimes I'm not. There we go. We are completely loaded. Alright, so now what we're going to do is unstack all the logs right in the middle of the material way here. Because we're definitely not going to use all of them for construction this time. Maybe last time, but definitely not this time. correct the hunger problem here. She's going to have a 2 liter of milk. Oh, fuck off. Really? God damn it. Forgot I didn't refill it. This is still faster than going over there. Well, my hands are full. So we're gonna go from weight loss to... You'd be fucking kidding me. We didn't even get out of weight loss from that? Did they nerf milk calories? We drank an entire 2 liter. I don't know what to make of that. I mean, obviously I was probably at the calorie floor, but still. Okay. I guess we're stuck. I guess we're chugging another stick of butter then. Welcome to Project Zomboid. $39 stacks of logs. It's supposed to be a couple thousand, I thought, but I was clearly wrong about that. I think there's still a little bit of life in this axe. Probably that'll definitely be one of its last logging ops, though. Yeah. I wasn't, obviously without a stat bar. I have no idea what I was at. Clearly I was probably at the floor. Yeah. Before I do anything else, we need to correct the weight problem. I had another bottle out here. What did I do with it? Oh, I was using it for water. I might actually, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use it for that. Or I'll just transfer it. I have no idea when it'll rain next. But it's a good thing I've read a little bit of the animal care book. I always get tons of experience for doing a big milking. Problem solved for now. Speaking of problems. Hey, Jimmy's, how's it going? Yeah, thank you. We have definitely put our effort in. Got a new, this is what we've been putting most of our effort into today. We've got a drying rack room that is optimally laid out for the harvest when it comes time to harvest the crops. For the remaining time in the evening here, we're going to chop. Actually, we're going to go upstairs with about 4 of these logs and chop them into firewood. Jigsaw trap at the barbed wire. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. What's going on there? Why am I using the hacksaw instead of my saw? That's no good. We don't use hacksaw for cutting wood. That's probably more than enough planks for quite a while. Here's hoping, at least. Honestly, this should be the last time I need to top up this particular oven. Maybe after I wake up. Yeah, maybe after I wake up. Once I... yeah, okay. That makes sense. KTO, how's it going? We have established ourselves a drying room here. Looks like we're going to need it soon. Got another blizzard coming. Alright, so that place is not considered indoors yet. Even though we should now have... it should be considered indoors because everything is closed up. Somehow we expended exactly the correct amount of planks for that. It's always the corner piece these days. So, for some reason, these little poles that spawn in the corner here are lots of trouble for us. So we delete. And that may have actually solved the problem. Nope, it didn't. So now we start killing all the other poles. Don't worry, I'm not talking about people. We respect the poles here. Why do all these corner posts exist when they really shouldn't? I don't fucking know. Problem not yet solved. Try the other side. It's not missing any roof tiles. See, I should see some kind of change. It doesn't really matter what kind of change. It just needs to be some kind of change. I'm going to put in the doors and windows. I don't think that's the problem. I'm pretty sure doors and windows are never the problem. But just to rule it out, let's finish reading welding so we can get the doors up. We're not doing that much else today anyway. Oh, out of rods and propane. Nope. Okay. I have no fucking idea what it could be. It's almost never the windows. I really don't want to go get the windows, but... Alright, alright, alright. What is that? 6 windows total? Custom bases are always a pain. It's never not going to be a pain to do this. I should have known better. Just going to do regular windows. I don't want to break the transom ones. Or the ones with the extra panels. We have to be cautious. There's... What the fuck am I doing? Of course there's no crowbar here. There's not going to be a crowbar in this house, is there? No, of course not. Let's go get the crowbar. Because I forgot one, because I'm a doof. Can't pick up a window without a crowbar. I'm just happy we're getting a proper blizzard instead of some fucking rain coming in out of nowhere. I probably shouldn't have said anything. Because now I probably jinxed it. I shouldn't have said anything. For some reason, I think it made its way up to my tailoring bench. Yep. Now the, whatchamacallit, the fire went out up here, but it should be done. Yeah, most of the leather is now finally done. So I do not need to keep it burning up here anymore. Wasn't the brightest idea to do that, but we got it done. Let's just steal some from the houses down here. This is why we're leveling carpentry. Even at level 10, it's still a 5% chance to break. There were only two intact windows to begin with here. I can't wait to watch half of these break. Doesn't matter, there's only a 10% chance, it doesn't matter. I could probably make my own wooden windows now that I think about it. We're just gonna go for plain windows. Just need one more, and that's why they're all going to break now. Just needed one more. Well, that's throwing an error. That's not good. I'm short by one. Okay, I'll use glass making. Fuck it. Fences, so I can walk right through this. Remember that the devs nerfed the crate fence strategy, and the way they nerfed it is by making it so that you can just straight up walk through anything that is placed next to a fence. So we place fences next to everything in this room, so that we can maximize the proximity of the drying rack to the fire pits. The fire pits, you actually can't see them; they are right here. I tried finding an arrangement that made it work. I couldn't. So, here's what it is. Okay, so as I said, it's never the fucking windows. It's never the fucking windows. There's something else wrong with this thing. And time for more troubleshooting. Oh, here we go. This might be it. It's always the fucking corner pieces. Every single fucking time. It's the goddamn corner pieces. Okay, so anyway, we're indoors now. And why are we indoors? Because we had to go through and delete every single one of those poles. Why do those poles spawn? Welcome to Project Zomboid. I do not remember this being a problem in B41, so I don't know what to tell you about this. I'm sure they overhauled some system that there was a good reason to overhaul. I'm sure there was a very good reason to overhaul it. I ain't gonna complain. We got a drying room now. Yeah, yes, 100%. It is because it is winter. There's no other reason. God damn it. Poland mentioned. So why did I have to build the drying room? I'm sure everybody is wondering. Anybody who may have joined more recently and was not here when I had to explain it earlier. Why did we build this room? Well, first we needed some carpentry experience. We're about, a little over 2/3 of the way to carpentry level 10, so that's good. That was part of the reason. I could have built this in a existing POI and saved myself a bit of a headache just now. But the crux of what we needed a room like this for is shown right here. This is what you have to do to dry crops when you harvest them in January. And I know I've said this a billion times already, but harvest them in January. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We harvest crops in January here. $2,300 already. Stopped gaining weight. That is a liter of cow's milk is what that is. Actually, we're doing a 2-liter now. This is becoming as big of a problem as it ever is. Now we're back in rapid weight gain. Actually, let's check the generator real quick. Oh shit, I let the fuel get down to 7%. Skill issue. Should never let it get that low. Condition's fine, but fuel is, yeah. I should be more diligent about that. I've kind of not been keeping good track of exactly how many days I've been fast forwarding through. It's been more than average, way more than average, because we're in those doldrums of getting all of our skills leveled up. Bean stew with all the fats. That's one way to do it. I mean, especially if you want to diversify. Oh wow, we got cold there. Am I wearing my? You know what? I'm gonna go downstairs and put on the We have a couple of extra layers we can put on right now. That will guarantee us a good night's sleep, even in this. KTO makes a good point. I did not know that, or I'd never really thought of that, but that is a pretty good strategy right there to check pool rolls. Now that I think about it, I've definitely seen angle-headed flashlights in those before. It is currently December 28th, 1993. We're getting ready to say goodbye to 1993. Just a few more days here. Not tired enough to sleep. Well then. I'll just try hourly. There we go. It actually got below freezing indoors for a little while there. But that's why we're wearing a hoodie with the hood up. That's almost guaranteed to keep us warm no matter what we do. We'd have to be outdoors standing still for a long period of time to actually get cold like that. That lady started screaming because she heard me talking about standing outside outdoors in this weather. Your remote kills counted. Hey, you know what? Maybe that's finally been fixed. Maybe that was a stealth patch note. We have not tried any remote bombs yet. We're not high enough electrical yet on this character, so maybe we'll give it a shot when we get the ability to do so. Yes, that is, the kill count mod is definitely one of those that needs to be vanilla ASAP. Oh, I think I'm finally done with massed building operations for now. You know what? Okay, I was just about to say that, but now I need to go get some... I can use my main backpack for this. I need to go get some, more... long sticks. Oh, this sword is completely done. So is this baseball bat, really. I'm gonna go ahead and make myself a new sword. I like to pretend that I'm using the grinder, the actual powered grinder there. I can pretend, right? It's actually the grindstone. you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm gonna do a little bit of self-promotion. I don't usually, don't often do this, but every once in a while. I almost typed plebit.com. I think I can afford a little bit of self-promotion, right? Wait, what? Did it just break? I think it just broke. Am I not allowed to paste links? Wow, Reddit is never seen it that bad. That's what happens when I block a little bit of JavaScript in it. I have no idea if there's even anything in the text box right now. Imagine that. You know what? If it's not going to let me paste a link, I'll type it. Is that an L? Yeah, it is. Okay. No, the link just disappeared. You know what? If it doesn't work, then fine. So be it. I should just use old Reddit for this. I really should. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to use old Reddit. Oh, right, if I use, okay then. I can only post links if I use new Reddit, because there's no way to, add text to images in old Reddit. Fine. Sorry about that. I know Reddit is not the most popular website, but it is one of the core hubs for people who play this game. Are we making another one? You know what? I think we have enough at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, the electric blower fan. I think it is going to serve a purpose someday. I think I have one actually over here in my toolkit. One of my toolkits. Perhaps I had one once. I have an electric blower forge too. And I think the electric blower forge is actually supposed to be for something specific. But right now it's basically just a campfire. I've never even tried lighting it. Now I'm curious. Yeah, I don't know. I know you can add fuel to it. I've actually looked at that a few times and kind of ignored it. But I'm about to try. Yeah, electric blower forge. There's a fan, too. So I'm destroying 2 tree branches for fuel. And then I'm clicking the light fire button. You can see that it is... This stupid wall is blocking it, but there's probably a little hard to see. There's a little smoke rising from it. But it doesn't even appear to be... Oh, it is giving me a little bit of temperature. Yeah, it's increasing the temperature by about 40 degrees. That's cool. So it really just seems to be, at the moment, it's just a mobile campfire. Really lightweight mobile campfire. It does not appear to be doing anything else. Alright, so we need a total of... Let's do the math here. 6 times 4 times 2. That is how many more... Really, it is. I don't think it's a container. So we need 48 more long sticks, and then we need... That's going to be 14 more twine as well. I don't think we have enough twine. Our entire fortune of twine, we do not have enough. And, well, I would definitely go foraging for hemp dog's bane if my foraging bonus was not going to be minus 70% right now. And it's going to be that bad until the, whatchamacallit, until the snow goes away completely. But I'll at least collect the saplings and get them in place. Because we can probably go to Muldraw and get most of the twine, if not all of it, from Mastin Fatco. Weren't that many in this area. There's going to be plenty up at where we were doing the logging activities earlier. Yeah. I would love to have 50 twine right now. The irony is, what I'm going to be using all these drying racks for, a large amount of flax. I think you can turn around and turn flax into twine. Yep. You can use a flax tow to make twine. But the only way to get a flax tow is to harvest and dry flax. And the only way to harvest and dry flax right now is to harvest it in the middle of winter. In weather like this, we're harvesting crops. That's right. We're getting pretty close to it. It's going to be a little bit... It's going to be about 2 weeks, maybe. 2 weeks from now, we'll harvest the flax. Because that's the game we're playing right now. Yeah, we're actually getting really hot right now. It probably doesn't look like it, but we're getting extremely hot because of the extra layers I put on. So I'm gonna put the hoodie down. The hoodie and the tank top can go because it is actually there is no temperature cold enough in this game to wear a hoodie and a tank top and the other layers that I'm wearing and not be sweating my face off. It literally doesn't get cold enough, ever. I selected the wrong crafting recipe. Well, now we have 53 extra small handles. Amazing. What a windfall. Tell you what, I'm going to put them underneath the grindstone. And how do I do that? Well, I have to pick up the grindstone and then put them down. As long as they're within reach of the forge, then they're not a wasted waste of space. Or waste of materials, rather. So much for having a few saplings in the area. We're back down to 0. Let's just go pick up some. Do not drive race cars in the snow in real life. Project Zomboid, it's fine. There's no traction simulator for the snow yet. I can't wait for the snow causes you to drift into a building update. At level 0 Longblade, your crit rate is what makes the sword good. And crit rate, it's a percentage chance, right? Even at level 0 Longblade, I think a crit, as long as you got decent strength and fitness, I think a crit is still going to one-shot a lot of zombies. But your crit rate is going to be pathetic. So there are going to be a lot of times where you have to hit a zombie 5 times with the same sword, which is not typically becoming of Longblade. It's always going to be a little awkward in the early levels. But yes, swords are made good by their crit rate. So there is a chance that you'll just get a lot of crits because you have, some good rolls despite the handicap. But at the end of the day, it is always going to get a lot better after you level up. So calling it better than mid-level axes is not entirely accurate because axes, there's less RNG. Axes are still pretty crit dependent because, the crit multiplier is fucking off the roof. The axe crit multiplier is even higher than Longplay in most cases. It's like a 12 for a firefighter axe. Friggin' wild. So there's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we've got 24 saplings at the moment. I would never play a reluctant fighter personally. That just slows down everything. But, if that's what you're into. If anybody wasn't here earlier, these are the remains of a whole bunch of very large trees, the 4 log types that we cut earlier. Now we're collecting the saplings, because earlier we just wanted the logs. Now we need 6 saplings for each of the drying racks we want to build, and we want to build a total of 8. So we are 3/4 of the way there, I think. Yes. We need to get another 12 saplings. Wipe this area out already too. I think I did. I find it very cursed that you can't turn a large branch into a long stick. Sure, it would be a lot of work. It'd probably be the longest whittling job I've ever done in real life, but you got the wood for it. And this right here is where it would be amazing if I hadn't wasted those other saplings. We're going to make sure we don't accidentally click on the wrong recipe this time. Okay, yeah, that's all the saplings up here. So I might have to go cut some trees specifically for saplings then. Unless I missed a few spots. There may be a few spots I missed. What's up, Dark? Welcome back. You didn't miss too much. I just wasted a little bit of, wasted a few saplings that I would have, now I'm trying to go get more of. We cut a few trees here. I don't remember if I left any. No, saplings are just so valuable, I usually pick them up at this point. Should have been more diligent on that. I think there's going to be a few up here. Yeah, just a few. I will take anything at this point. I know there is another on the floor near where we're going to be working. No, we need long sticks. There's very few things you can do with wooden rods. Wooden rods you can make out of tree branches. But of course, tree branches are more plentiful. So wooden rods aren't actually used that much in construction. Everything's got to be a friggin' sapling, or everything's got to be a long stick. Okay, so you can get long sticks from other places. You can whittle down a mop or a broom, like all 5 of them that we're gonna find in town. Yes, I can go do that. It's a rather hefty oversight that we have so few sources of long sticks, and yet we need so many of them to make a large amount of drying racks. I'm sure the devs probably imagine, oh, players will only need a couple of drying racks, right? Yeah. We've already cleaned out this area. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm cutting more trees. Yes, but imagine actually collecting them, KTO. What the fuck are you doing with all those? Are you actually using them all? I mean, if you are, props to you. I literally could not imagine wasting the amount of time that it would take to carry them from back and forth at this point. Okay, we have the carve long stick button selected this time. Oh, look, we got rain instead of snow. If it goes long enough, it will delete all the snow. I hate the weather in this game. Alright, there's 1, there's 2. Here's 3 right here. No, there's not. Wait, what the hell is this? It went from rain and then straight back to snow for like... It was rain for 30 seconds there. Okay. We'll just call this the incomplete batch here. And 6. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are long sticks allocated for the 4 drying racks on this side. And now the 4 up on the top corner there. Spears now have the animation lock without killing. Oh my god. Can things get worse for spear enjoyers? I think the devs took it a little too personally when we started having a lot of fun. Remember back when spears were a one-shot kill almost all the time for no real reason? I think the devs took it personally when we were having fun with that. Remember, no fun allowed. No, literally, there's not a single one. We have seen a large amount of Zeds at the edge of town, and I have not been able to explain that. They seem to really like the south end of town. After I get some food in me, I'm going to go actually take a look real quick. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that's for that corner. Shit, did I do these wrong? I did one of these fences wrong. This fence right here. That fence is incorrect. Wait, no. Now I'm not sure. Oh, no. That fence was correct. My placement of the sticks was wrong. Okay, these 4 tiles here, these 4 tiles here, these 4 tiles here, and these 4 tiles here. Then, these 4 tiles here. So I might have actually been wrong about that. Now I can't remember where it was, so. See, if anybody is not familiar, the goal here is to make sure that we have a drying rack within one tile, with one corner of the drying rack has to be directly next to the fire. And we are short by 3, 3, and 3. We're short by 9 long sticks, so that's not actually that bad. Let's get some food in us, and we'll do a patrol before we head to bed. Theoretically. I'm sure someday they'll find their way to me. They haven't yet. Is anybody else seeing anything weird on their screen? I'm seeing the. Is anybody seeing the whatchamacallit screen turn white for some reason? My monitoring windows are showing white flashes. Might just be on my end. Was that a yes? Are people getting flashbanged? Okay, hang on a second. This is going to take a second to fix. I think it's just restart OBS. Should have taken care of it. Let me know if you guys are still seeing it. Seems good? Okay. Yeah. Glad I have my monitoring windows so I can keep track of that stuff. Thank you, folks. See, I'm just gonna, now that I have to bring my car out anyway, I'm gonna check down the road and see if there are any unwanted visitors at the edge of town, where they seem to be congregating a lot down here. It's right at this intersection, directly at the edge of town. Right here. Nobody tonight? Believe me, there don't have to be. I am perfectly okay with it if there's nobody here tonight. Of course, now I know for a fact that they're going to be here when I actually need this road to be clear. Did I clear this house's basement? Probably did. Yeah, most likely. It was but a small one. I believe I've cleared all basements in Phallus Lake at least. Yeah, no, that's a problem right now. Precipitation just seems to fall freely in basements at the moment. We're close to bedtime, so instead of redeploying, I'm going to go ahead and read for the evening here. We've got masonry, putting away welding. Actually, I can go ahead and pack up all the welding books. That is a volume 5 that I finished reading. Same with blacksmithing. We have read all the books, and we are shortly away from actually finishing level 10 of the skill. Right on time for bed. Alright, folks, I am going to step away briefly IRL. I will have her read some. We started animal care already, so I'll do animal care next. Well, actually, masonry is slightly more relevant. Slightly. I mean, animal care, butchery, masonry, those are all very tertiary skills. Alright, so she will read that, and I'll be back momentarily here. Oops. There we go. Bug that completely prevents you from getting Nox infected. No, I missed that memo. I know a feature that prevents you from getting Nox infected. Not getting hit. I'll be right back, folks. One moment. All right, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Oh yeah, extinction mode is, no. I have said this many times, and I think people are finally starting to understand it on some level. Sprinters are not a fair proposition for this video game. Just fundamentally, this game does not have enough mechanics for the player to be able to fairly counter sprinters. And so I don't, personally, I just don't recommend engaging with extinction until there are more movement options. The whole baseline of this game, I've said this many times before, but it bears repeating if anybody hasn't heard the manifesto I have on this. The whole game is built on having movement superiority over the zombies. Sprinters break that paradigm. So in order to make sprinters a fair proposition, there needs to be some sort of movement counter to them. What form that comes in is, up to the developers, but I've always suggested a dodge, simple dodge. Something that can take me from one tile to another with the hit of a single button. And the sprinters and other zombies need to be able to retarget. Usually, I'm thinking like a 1 second lead time or something like that. 1 second lead time for them to retarget, which gives the player enough time to swing and then stun. Or go for the push as a random number generation on whether the push is actually going to knock them down. Yeah, the 180, this shit right here. If anybody's not familiar with what that is, it's when you have to turn around like that. Trying to turn 180 degrees, you're forced to stand still. I should not be standing still when turning 180 degrees, but I am, and that just makes it even worse. That means that the devs have screwed with movement on a little bit of a deeper level, if that is the case. I'm going to put these chicken feathers upstairs. I thought I had put them somewhere up here already. Maybe not. Should just be generally with the animal parts. Can empty the leather off of these drying racks here, and then we can put them away. I don't know if I have enough leather to grind my way to the next level. I suppose we could find out here. Yeah, I mean, that's I don't know how I feel about just a flat percentage chance to dodge. I don't like that personally. I feel like if you're going to add a movement mechanic, the player should have, barring injuries, of course, as long as there's no injuries in the mix, the player should have full autonomy over movement options. There shouldn't be any RNG when it comes to movement. Well, I mean, Phallus Lake doesn't give you a lot of chances for survivor homes. Go ahead and top this up here. So what can we make with all that leather, I wonder? There ain't that much. A leather water bag actually might not be a bad idea, but it has to use aramid thread or sinew thread. Can I make sinew thread? Yes, I'm gonna do that. Sorry, I know that's obnoxious. I would rather use sinew thread for stuff like this than aramid thread wherever possible. But these leather water bags are a tailoring level 4 recipe, and those use just one of those crude leathers that I've been making. Let's see what that gets us. 98. That's pretty good. $1,500 minus 194 divided by 98. So I could make 14 more of those and get to the next level of tailoring. That's not the best value proposition, but honestly, it'll get the job done. It is the highest level recipe that I have available to me right now. Wait a minute, hang on. Bone forearm armor. That uses twine. Ah, shit. This is the level 4 tailoring recipe, but it may be primarily carving. We got 78 for that. That's not bad. We can also knit something, but then we are going to run out of wool really fast if we start knitting. Oh, no, that's carving. Never mind. Bone choker. Actually, that's probably... Bone chokers, I think, are one of the most efficient recipes to level up with. I actually need one for my armor kit. Bone choker will get you 100% protection to your neck at the cost of some significant discomfort. But in order to make those, I need to carve some bones into bone beads. For that, I need a hand drill, and there's not a hand drill up here. I think there's one downstairs. Well... I can use an auger drill for that. I'm going to use an auger drill. I know I have a hand drill in the truck here. Don't I? Where's my hand drill? If I was going to have one... Yeah, there's one in the truck. Okay. I can make my own auger drills. And I'll take that upstairs to tailoring. And this only costs a leather strip, but then it also costs twine. Now, I've always had twine allocated for tailoring. It feels even worse to do this now. It feels even worse to do this now because the twine is being harder to get than ever right now. 78, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I can do 3 of those. I'm going to go ahead and open up another stack of leather strips. When I get to level 5 tailoring, I think it is, I can start making the bulletproof vest armor. Yeah, next level I can start making these. How do I not have a regular pair of scissors up here? What the that's a fail. I need to go get some scissors, real scissors. We're about a third of the way there. So I'm going to put away 3 out of 4 of these bone chokers, and then we're going to go and... That's really funny. Crafting the leather water bag caused water to spawn in it. I guess I'm a waterbender now. I am become Katara. That must be the special water from the north. So, on the passenger seat of my primary combat vehicle, we've got a bunch of stuff. There's one of my hand drills. I'll put that inside. As much as I love being able to carry one around, there are things that are more important to carry around right now. Yeah. There was a hand drill down here the whole time. Okay. Well, found all my hand drills then. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple more of those water bags. That's a pretty good investment. Wait a minute, that costs 2 small leather. Oh. That might not be that good of an investment then. I mean, I'll piss away my small leather. I can make the tire armor. I would be interested in tire armor if it didn't cost... Oh, it doesn't cost duct tape. I could have swore it cost duct tape. In that case... I don't know if I have bolt cutters. I might not have bolt cutters. This is one case where I actually need bolt cutters as a tool. Of course I don't have any. I almost never need them. They're really, really, really heavy and they're not a good weapon. Yeah. Well, in that case, I'll need to actually hold on to a pair when I find one. We'll definitely find one down in Muldraugh. No, thread is not a problem. Aramid thread and sinew thread, those are always going to be a problem because, well, you don't get sinew from small animals like rabbits as far as I know. We're at 81 kilo and still gaining rapidly, so I'm not going to overdrink on the milk. We're just going to drink enough to shut the hunger up. Okay, this is honestly the best thing I can do right now. Without, you know, spamming the really low-level recipes, that's always going to be an option. I mean, at least I can say that I'm actually making use of all these rabbits that I've killed. 100%. Okay, yeah, we're doing some rag stuff. I tried to engage with the higher level stuff, but really, at the end of the day, it's just the low level stuff is just so easy to do in mass. We're unstacking a few rag bundles next. 3 maybe. Okay, it's auto-selecting twine. That's not good. Let's just move away from the crafting area then. Or actually, we're going to get the twine out of the crafting area. That's... Yep, 20 experience for each. I shouldn't have even done anything else. Doesn't make sense. This is still the most efficient way to level tailoring. Just do a billion rag bandanas. It's stupid, but it works. Alright, tailoring level 5. Now we can at least make some duct tape armor. Did I just say duct tape armor? I meant to say we can now do some bulletproof vest armor. I'm just going to do a full set. Thigh armor and military. Here's shin armor and military. Here's forearm armor and military. Forearm armor and police. Shin armor and police. Thigh armor and nothing because we're out of duct tape. That's actually okay because I do have some boxes of duct tape downstairs. So I just need to remind myself that it is going to be thigh armor in police. Now, at least half of this duct tape needs to stay down here in this area for electrical related stuff. The other half, it's okay to expend a little bit of it on tailoring. Just need to make sure I'm limiting myself. Alright, thigh armor in police. Am I ever going to wear most of this? Probably not, but I feel like making a full set just for the sake of leveling and for completionist purposes. These civilian vests are next. Civilian forearm. Civilian shin. Civilian thigh. I actually kind of like the appearance of this armor. I'll show you what it actually looks like on the character here. Unfortunately, it does block your... It blocks your watches. You actually cannot wear a watch while you're wearing this kind of armor. But I do find it cool looking. If you want to complete it, wear a bulletproof vest on your actual chest along with it. And this is a good way of getting actual bullet protection to a good chunk of your body here. Preparing for harvest of crops, yeah. That is what we built our drying room down there for. So yeah, we definitely are prepared for that. This isn't too awful bad for our zombie bite protection, but it's also not... You don't want to wear bulletproof vest armor for that specifically. Riot armor is much better for that. If you're going to be wearing anything that's armor related. I don't have any military vests up here left that are not full of holes. I should have probably been a little bit more discerning on which I used for tailoring. It's too late now. So that got us a grand total of 1/3 of the way through the level. So that's nice, but we've still got a long way to go for that. Budget Michelin Man. Bargain basement Michelin Man. Oh, I can make a furred hide jacket. I can also do a furred hat. I cannot make a rabbit hat. Wait a minute. Can I actually even do anything with the rabbit leather that's still furred? Oh, yes, I can. Okay. I can make a... Huh, okay. Very interesting. I can actually make it... I can make a hide short skirt out of a furred rabbit leather. But that doesn't actually give us anything specifically rabbit. No, that doesn't give us anything specifically rabbit. It just gives us a hide short skirt. What about a hide tank top? Nope. I mean, at least it's something I can do with the rabbit leather, but I don't think there's really that many options that I can do with it. A hide wallet. That requires aramid thread? How about no? I'm not spinning aramid thread on a wallet. Hide briefs. I already have hide underpants, thank you very much. But yeah, making these specific things out of rabbit fur didn't actually translate into anything substantive. So I think the most return on investment I got out of those options was a tank top. Because that only cost 1 rabbit leather and then thread. And it got me 52 experience, so... I think I've confirmed that rabbit leather is useless if you... Well, less useful if you leave the fur on it. Doesn't look like there's anything you can do specific with the fur. It's not like you can make a fur hat or anything. The option literally doesn't exist. You can make a fur hat out of like 6 other different fur types, but not rabbit. I guess they just don't got enough fur on them. What? Oh, did I run out of light? Let's see what kind of... Well, no, I don't have bolt cutters, so I can't do any of the tire armor yet. No. Rabbits are useful for a billion things. As much as I would love to hate them, every time I kill one, something useful comes back to me. It's a leather cod piece right there. Ooh, I can make a shells bandolier. That's a little costly on the aramid thread, but that's a level 5 recipe right there, and it's pretty light on materials. I think that's a pretty good one right there. Let's see what we get. We got 143 for that. That is probably my best option right now. The problem is, if we do that too much, we are definitely going to piss away our aramid thread. And this is an entire fortune of aramid thread, by the way. I've gone very far out of my way to assemble this. This has been the result of like a dozen fire departments total. Well, a dozen firefighter gear. No, I'm not a dozen fire departments. I don't know if there are that many recipes that furred hide coat would be nice, but spike large armor. I don't have the recipe for that. Could make a tarp frame pack if I wanted to spend a lot of wooden rods, but I don't have the recipe. Sewing these shirts is one really big one. We could sew 1,000,000 of those. Yes, aramid thread and sinew, aramid and sinew are functionally equivalent. I don't know of any recipe that doesn't allow you to substitute one for the other. Okay, well, I explored my options, and as expected, they're somewhat wanting. We're going to spend a little bit of time reading here. Let me check the crops and see if we're any closer. I mean, we're definitely closer. The question is, how much? Almost ready for harvest, quote-unquote. It's always January. We might have enough compost that we can actually boost it a little bit. Let's take a peek at our compost here. Gonna grab a couple of SAC 18s. Just one, actually. Oh yeah, look at that. It is topping itself up after I empty it. Still in weight gain, 81 kilo. Don't need to worry too much about food then. We have another egg hatched over here. I'm not sure how that happened. The rooster isn't over here. The rooster is all the way on the other side of the map. Or the other side of the base, rather. There should not be any more fertilized eggs over here. We're going to have to go sex the chick and see if it is a male or female. If you run over deer, make sure to bring them to a... What's it called? Bring them to a butcher hook. If you get the chance. So the ratio that I have going on here is, because we do our crops in rows of 20, we get 5 bags of compost is enough to do a full row. Of course, we have an odd number of rows. So it's actually going to be something more like... 5 and then... One more? Yeah, like 5.5. I think I can handle this before I have to go to bed. My new bedtime is 2300. Pushed it back an hour. Or half hour, really. So we have a little bit left over, but we don't need it now. About a half hour late for bed, that's fine. Mission accomplished. Alright, we got a male or a female. It is a female. Excellent. That means you are road F7. 7th female of the road flock. Let's do an egg harvest. Wow. Okay. So I have... Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Like a third of these eggs are fertilized. It shouldn't be possible. There's no males in here. There's no... Unless I mislabeled one. Now I've got to check them all. That's every single chicken in the zone. Not a single one of them is male. And yet somehow a third of these eggs are fertilized. Do we got a Jurassic Park situation here? Did they learn how to, did they learn how to... Did life, find a way? I don't know what's going on here, chat. All I know is, I'm going to have to stick a lot of these eggs into the oven because I am not dealing with a chicken out-of-control population situation, not right now. So I'm just going to have to cook all these eggs. Oh no, a bunch of cooking experience. Alright, me with a good time. Sorry about this, but I must kill your children and... Oh god, I almost made a very terrible joke. Oh, I almost made an ovens joke. I'm not going to do that, I'm not that kind of guy. They all instantly went rotten. Okay, sorry, 11 of them went rotten. That must have been because there were some rotten ones on the floor there. I do know that when stack sizes get really large, there's weird issues with that. The only thing that I can imagine is the fact that we have a rooster all the way over there in that other zone over there to the right. You can barely see the edge of it on the right side of the screen. Maybe because we have a rooster there. Almost within eyesight of the hens. Maybe that rooster is just so virile that all he has to do is look in the general direction of the hens and they're all knocked up. I don't know. That just means that my rooster is a absolute unit. Speaking of, let's read the animal care book. Now that we've got our crops situated. Reading until 5 a.m. Coming up on New Year's here. Yeah. That rooster's learned how to open doors too, apparently. He's literally supposed to be on leave from his job because I don't have a I don't have a really sustainable way to deal with a lot of chickens right now. That's why I have to keep cooking them off. What the hell? How did that rabbit meat... Oh, it's cooked, but it's rotten. The color changed. Whatever. You can throw that all out. Pew. Still in rapid weight gain. We haven't been burning off calories as much lately, so it's not as big of a problem. I'm gonna go refill all of my fountain cups here with milk. That's how you know it's a true deadbeat, when it starts stealing vodka. We are now also capable of reading Cooking 5, which is on the docket as well. We've got Butchering, Masonry, and Cooking on the docket. So we're just going to spend a few days reading here. There's not much of a reason not to. We want to continue gaining weight. Actually, let me go ahead and see if I can get my drying racks built. At least the ones that I can build. I'm just going to gather all the twine that I currently have available to me. And that will help us decide exactly how much we're going to allocate to this project. Because it is okay to spend a good chunk of it on this, because I will have an infusion of more twine as soon as we get to Muldra. Okay, so it looks like we have a total of nine full units. I am not going to leave any twine. Oh, hang on a second, hang on. I forgot about this duffel. We've got 12 units of twine back here. We've got enough to build all of the racks. We're doing it. We can build all the racks and we'll still have a little bit left over afterwards now. If anybody was not here when I was planning this out earlier, this is just optimal spacing for drying racks is all it is. I cannot do a simple one. That would be an absolute waste. I need nails. That is the only thing I'm missing right now. So in terms of what I have sticks for, we've got enough to finish off this side out here. Wait a minute. We never used up some of those sticks on the floor. What the hell? That's not good. I've also apparently missed a few spots in the fencing here. If anybody doesn't understand the fencing, why we have fences here, the fencing is what enables us to walk right through these. If you have something in front of a low fence, you can walk right through it. So there's some of these tiles I can walk right through, but others I cannot. So there needs to be a fence there and there and there. So I need to go get 6 planks. Probably a few more. Yeah, let's just go get 6 and see where we go from there. Oh, we're out of nails. Oop. No, going to Muldra is going to happen someday. It's a question of when, exactly. I'm going to need to open this carton of nails. Although I probably am not going to use too many from the carton, and I'll be able to reassemble it soon, but for now. Oh, that must be indoors. So we really just need a total of 9 more long sticks. And outside we have, well, that's 9 more in addition to the 3 we have outside. I think all these cooking pits should be full. Yes, they are. Alright, so I'm going to go get an axe, and we're going to see what trees we can cut to get some more of these saplings here. I've been in dire need to move some of these cars. The ambulance here is still awaiting engine repairs. It's beautiful in every single other way. Just needs a new engine. Which is a bit of a tall order at mechanics level 7. There's an old stove in the trunk here. I forgot about it. And that's okay. If I move it to the floor, it might actually look appropriate out here. That's not very appropriate. Let's move it back a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't look so awful bad. Let's try these trees over here. See if any of these give saplings. I don't think they will. Wait, I can one-shot those with a regular axe? Yeah, none of these are giving saplings. That one gave a sapling. So the ones, the birch ones that get a little tall, those seem to give saplings. Well, that means I've got 2. It looks like it has to be a line of sight blocker. Yeah, so a line of sight blocking tree. Don't take that as 100% guarantee, but it... Yeah, we got a couple down here. So basically you check your view cone, see if it blocks your line of sight, and if it does, possible sapling source. Except that one... Well, that one's not the one. It was the one behind it. There we go, there's a sapling. Okay. I'm seeing a bit of a trend here. Beautiful. No other line of sight blockers here. Our target was 9, so there's 6. Seven, 8. It's an interesting test for sure, but that is producing consistent results. So if you need a sapling, which happens to me quite a lot these days, look for smaller trees that block your line of sight. Easy to cut down, gives a sapling and a log. Beautiful. Didn't accidentally carve small handles that time. Imagine if I had. Okay, large plant drying rack go here. And a large plant drying rack go here. And ladies and gentlemen, that right there is a full house. That is a total of 16 drying racks, each of them with at least one of their tiles completely flush with a fire source. And we still have 7 rolls of twine left. Make that 8. So we did not take ourselves broke on twine. Thanks to that duffel bag full of it that I'd set aside and completely forgot about. Okay, I'm okay with it. Let's now we can just continue reading until it's time to harvest the crops. There is nothing else that I need to worry about. Yep. And of course, after we harvest the crops, we'll get a little bit of tailoring leveled. And then we can move on from there. The crops will assure that we have leveled all the skills that I want to level. Even some of the skills I don't need to level. So we still have 4 twine downstairs and 3 twine upstairs. I am still going to want to bring a whole shipment of twine home from Muldraw, though. And then she heroically read a book. Oh, look at that. We actually got cold. Fascinating. I have noticed, and I don't even know exactly why, but upstairs we're a few degrees colder than we are downstairs. And I never quite figured out exactly why, because upstairs, I mean, heat rises, right? Maybe the insulation is just that bad that it vents easily. But yeah, we're like 3 degrees warmer down here. Despite down here, we can actually hear the wind blowing. I don't know how to make sense of that. But those 3 degrees might have actually been the... Well, there's also the simple fact that we're not wearing our super heavies over here. I can wear the super heavies, but then... we'll just need to remember to take them off before we start running around again. Alright, masonry all done. We'll do cooking next and then butchery. I don't have any strong feelings about it one way or the other. I do prefer the canonical start of the game, because the canonical start of the game you can get more done. CDDA is basic. I mean, okay, so if I had to give it just an overall breakdown of how I view it, you're just making it so that it takes longer to get started. That's really how I feel about it, because at the end of the day, the long-term game, it's still the same game. And you're also deleting a bunch of loot from the world. If I remember right, CDDA means you start later on, which means the looted and trashed index is already at max. So everywhere you go, everything is a coin toss as to whether it's already been looted and trashed or not. It's not exactly going to be like... I mean, if you're really into the struggle to survive survival stuff, you'll get a little bit of entertainment out of it, but that, to me, that's a brick wall. Eventually struggling to survive every day, finding food and whatnot. You're either going to get jacked and overstocked, or the appeal of constantly scrounging through the trash is probably gonna wear off. That's my... I've never played CDDA long enough to do that. Like, it's not usually my thing. The way the long-term game plays, it kind of feels like you're moving in the same direction, but you're just intentionally gimping yourself at the start for funsies. And having started over as many times as I have, gimping myself at the start doesn't really sound like fun. It's an interesting way to spend New Year's Eve. I did do the Christmas lights thing previously, so I feel like I should keep it a little sublime for this one. Oh, you know what? I think I have firecrackers. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let off some firecrackers just for fun. I'm gonna wait until it's close to midnight, then we'll set off some firecrackers for New Year's. And we just finished butchering 4. Alright, what did I do with those firecrackers? There they are. They're not a crafting ingredient that I know of. Yeah, there's no crafting use for them, so you literally just have fun with them. I'm going to go a little ways out from my animals, because I feel like my animals might get pissed off. I don't know if I've ever even used firecrackers. I think they're the same as things like Molotovs and whatnot, so you have to put your lighter in your offhand and then your firecrackers in your main hand, and then you can throw them. So my chickens are still in the coop right there. I just feel like explosion noises are probably just like gunshots for the animals. Happy New Year. I'll throw another one when we get to the actual cutoff there. There's no visual, sadly. Maybe tonight I'll also give her something nice to drink. We'll make a cocktail. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I would be very interested to see if there's actually some zombies to the north that were never here before, that never had incentive to come down here. I feel like that couldn't be the case, because they would have migrated here by now, but I don't know. It's definitely not New Year's Eve in the United States unless somebody somewhere is blowing something up. So we have successfully done that. I'll take a screenshot to commemorate the New Year's Eve occasion here. And almost there. It's quite cold. It is about 20 degrees below freezing right now. There we go. Actually hit the wrong button. Wait a minute, what? Does she not stop clapping? Okay. I just had to equip a weapon. Apparently they... It's kind of funny. I guess you don't stop clapping unless you do something. How long have I lived in this spot? I think we... I don't know. To be entirely honest, I have no idea. It was a few months ago. The theme of our character is Dani the Drifter. She drifts around the map. But we have to have a centralized place if we're going to plant crops and raise animals. So I chose Phallus Lake, which is at the central point here of Riverside, West Point, Muldraw, Rosewood. Echo Creek is starting to push it. Brandenburg also starting to push it. Ekron and Irvington, there's nothing that's close to them except Echo Creek. So, you know, in terms of centralness, Phallus Lake really is the most central town on the map. Let's make ourselves a cocktail of ginger ale and gin. Hell yeah, hell yeah. 100%. We're gonna do one part each. This is the closest thing we can get to a gin and tonic in a universe where there's no tonic. We have, in fact, a copper cup that we can make this with. Finish that off. One part gin, one part ginger ale. Let's see how that tastes. I have a feeling she'll like it. Cheers, folks. Happy New Year. We are now officially inebriated. We are not smashed, just inebriated. That's nice. Nice buzz. And bedtime. My beverage today is something I definitely should have finished drinking by now. Yeah, it's watered down tea is really what it is at the end of the day. I've been experimenting with the right balance. I do 6 cups of boiling water with 1 tea bag of Lipton Black and 1 tea bag of chamomile, and then I add some lemonade mix. And then 2 of these 3 cup tumblers, 2 of those of cold water. So the tea comes out, you know, I'm not really a hot tea fan. The tea comes out room temperature, more or less. I know people usually prefer tea as like either a hot or a cold beverage. I don't really have strong feelings one way or the other personally. And we are going to start the new year fresh with some cooking recipes here. Or cookbook, rather. Lose the buzz filter. Buzz filter. I'm not sure what that is. Ah! My kingdom to lock these menus in place. Not tired enough to sleep. Okay, well, I guess we had too good of it. Well, another problem is we've been doing nothing but reading. Whenever we do nothing but reading, reading doesn't build up a lot of fatigue. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to periodically check every hour or two. Oh, right. Yep. They made it so that your vision gets all wobbly and whatnot. Ooh, looks like we got some snow dropping. Ah, nightmare. Well, whenever you get a nightmare, my go-to solution to that now is to just go pet some chickens. That's one of the reasons I brought the chicken coop down here. Turn the bathroom into a chicken coop here. Hello, chickens. I am here to give pets. Oops. Also, that's a problem. Shouldn't have left the door open. Goofy little goober. Alright. I don't know if the crops visually change when they're ready to harvest. Another thing is the snowfall does not seem sufficient to actually keep them watered. So I'm actually going to go ahead and water them manually, even though we've got snowfall. We've had a fair bit of snowfall for a while, but it's just not... It doesn't seem to be enough to keep them consistently watered. Snow technically counts as rain, as precipitation, you know, rainfall. Things should slowly get filled up, very slowly. But I guess that isn't good enough for the crops. Feels very silly to be watering these while the snow is falling, but yeah. It's just degraded 10 water. Yeah, some of these just degraded 10 water. Memory serves, it was somewhere around January. The word 8 comes to mind, but I don't know if that was supposed to be 8th, 18th, or 28th. It was January something 8. That was when I harvested the winter crops last time. And we're definitely on track for something similar to that this time. So when I finish reading this book, we can pack the cooking books into a set, and we are then done with them. We are still gaining weight. At 82 kilo? 83 kilo. And there we go. This character no longer needs to read any more cooking books, ever. We're more than 3/4 of the way through Longblade level 4, at which point we can read Longblade Volume 3 of the book. We've basically skipped Longblade Volume 2 because there's we have no incentive for it. Oh, the foraging book. I don't know what I did with it. I wonder if I left it in the vehicle. I might have left it in the vehicle. I hope I left it in the vehicle. Not level 10, level 7, I think. I can actually probably already do it. Yeah, I'm cooking level 8 right now. I'm not sure where it is. I may have left it out in the field. So I need to keep in mind that Cooking Volume 3 has escaped my collection. We'll fix it. We'll find it. So what this means, though, is we're out of things to read to pass the time. So the next task is to continue mechanics. For that, we're going to have to go into the field. I'm going to spend the rest of the evening milking. We're going to collect some milk from both of the cows, see if we can get another 15 liters here. Make sure I didn't leave the engine running on this thing. I would have done that. Of course I fucking did. I am such an idiot. The engine in this truck has been running for a couple days. At least the battery's charged. Fuck me. That's the bull. We don't want to milk the bull. We might get an entire level of animal care just by doing this. Milking cows is a very rapid experience building. Yeah, rotten food is far more useful as compost. And it doesn't increase the happiness that you gain when you add a diversity of ingredients to a recipe. Usually adding a diversity of ingredients to a recipe means that you will, means it'll make you happier to eat it. But in the case of rotten food, it actually brings it down. So it is literally less than pointless. Yep, we got an entire level of animal care just by milking 30 liters from the 2 cows. I'm gonna outfit a field kit in the truck here. Oh no, somebody died. Oh no. Alright, I believe we're ready to start our mechanics journey. It might be top chat. Yeah, I don't know. If you set it to live chat instead of top chat, that's what I always do. So the whatchamacallits, the chat window that's on screen there is set to live chat instead of top chat. Because YouTube, what basically all top chat means is let YouTube's stupid dumbass bot decide what to show. And I hate that. Everybody, nobody likes YouTube's algorithms, and yet they still do things. I don't even know I don't know the ins and outs of it. I think it's like trying to like score chat messages as like whether it's worth looking at or not. But it doesn't make good decisions. I would definitely say it doesn't make good decisions. So we have the Mechanics 5 book on our person so that we can stop working on mechanics and read the book. We need to be back here by the 8th. I'm going to set a target for the 8th so that we come back here and check on the status of our crops. I've been at this for about 9 hours. Today being an out-of-band stream, I do genuinely want to get to Muldraugh today. It would be amazing if I could log out at Muldraugh. I haven't given up on that. I know it might be a bit of a meme at this point, but I do think we're making it to Muldraugh today. Oh, right, I'm not tired enough to sleep, and that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and deploy now to Riverside for vehicle disassembly. See, what my ultimate goal really is to be in Muldraugh with my new ambulance by the time that we... or by the time that we're done here. But that means the ambulance needs engine repairs. And just because I can do it doesn't mean I can do it efficiently. It's actually terribly inefficient right now. There should be a tire pump somewhere here. Yes, there's two. I'll take a tire pump and a charger. Well, I can only just say that I hope you'll still be around when we get there. Because if you aren't, then you won't see it. Unless you catch it after the fact. I am not. I am not going to tow anything with me because on our way back, I might try to bring a step van. I think I might be able to pull that off. I'm removing my heavy weapons and putting them on the passenger seat. I don't expect currently that we're going to be running into very much zombie. But if we do, I just got to reach over to the passenger seat, grab my weapons. In real life, I would never recommend removing this much gear while you're trying to drive. Especially if you're trying to drive in snow. If I had to drive in snow like this in real life, my hand would just be constantly on the parking brake. Just as a secondary way of helping lock my wheels if I need to. I mean, oh, no. In real life, if I had to drive in this shit, I would have chains on my tires. It would suck, and I'd be going slower, but I would at least have a very reduced chance of spinning out or skidding or whatever. Now, tire chains would also fuck the road up over time. But if I'm the only one in the area, then probably not that big of a deal. I shouldn't be so cavalier in assuming that I would do that in real life, because in real life I can't even change a fucking tubeless tire. I have repeatedly failed at that with my my scooter recently here. The rear tire on the thing is still busted, and I tried slamming it and repairing it. Not a chance, the fucking thing won't bead. So I'm gonna try buying a new tire. And if that doesn't beat either, then I'm going to have to say that there's probably something wrong with the rim itself. Or the wheel, the actual chassis of the wheel. It did take a fair bit of damage when I skidded out a couple of years ago. But it didn't have problem holding a tire for a little while afterwards, and that's what susses me out about the whole thing. I would not wish on my worst enemy a tubeless tire repair job if you don't know what you're doing. I'm sure industry veterans who have changed many tubeless tires in their day are probably chuckling at me bemusedly. I mean, if you had to get from A to B, Mario, that is, it is a bit of a broad statement to say that nobody would ever do it. I mean, you know, if you're out of supplies and you have to move, then you got to do what you got to do. I'm definitely, that doesn't fit my situation. All of my supplies are in Fallis Lake, so I'm actually leaving all of my supplies at the moment. I'm just taking with me what I need. I feel like I might have taken the long way around, but that also means I avoided zombies. There's a slightly shorter road I probably could have taken that would have resulted in me going past a bunch of Zed. But here we are. I'm not turning that way right now. I'm turning this way. The Electromax here. Have you tried walking from Fallis Lake to... you know what? In real life, I probably would feel more comfortable walking. I don't want to say that I can casually, at the drop of a hat, do an 8-mile walk, but I did recently. I actually semi-recently had my car towed, and I found out that the towing company is a not too awful bad distance from the Washington and Old Dominion Trail, which I don't live too far away from. So I just walked the whole distance. It was a good 6-hour trip. But when I got there, pick up my car, drive home. I have a feeling we're going to bottom out, yep, as we tend to do. I don't know why I tried to tow that forward. The race car has kind of spoiled me. So the tactic right now is I'm just going to get all of these. Usually I would do this in the front lot, but I would rather do this by the light of a generator so I can keep going overnights. All I'm really going to do is just disassemble all these vans, maybe reassemble 1 or 2 out of the best parts. So the Electromax warehouse down here has mostly been robbed of all of its valuables. I even took the generator. I could have swore I left the generator here. Well, maybe we can find another one. Well, okay, so here's a slight problem. We don't have the sledgehammer, and because we don't have the sledgehammer, we cannot make any further progress on the we can't make any further progress on the storage units. There may well be a couple of generators down there, but I have nothing to break into those doors with that I really would want to use. Breaking into garage doors without a sledgehammer is just, that's a lot of standing there slapping doors. I've got better things to do. But for the immediate moment, cut the engine here, we'll get some sleep. I know I have a generator at the gas station. I will harvest that if I... Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take that, yeah. I'm going to go get the generator from the gas station. It's necessary. I want the generator... I want Riverside to have a gas station generator, but it's not as essential as the current task. So we'll rotate it. Wait, was Foraging 3 one of the copies that I left on the bed here? No. Now, we have cleared part of North Riverside, but I don't think... No, we have not fully cleared it. So, finally, I don't know if I've killed a single zombie on this stream. That's what happens when you just lock in. So, I am now armed back up here. I'm going to take off the extraneous layers here. Because now that I'm going to be riding around, or running around, rather. There may just be a couple of stragglers. We also, I don't think, no, we didn't clear the junkyard, so the junkyard is a non-option unless I want to fight a ground war first. Never did break into the Riverside gas station. It never felt right. It still doesn't feel right. There's a small part of me that holds out hope I'll someday get the keys so I don't have to destroy something. Wait, what am I talking about? I'll just make a hole in the roof. I've actually done that before. When I didn't want to break into a building because, everything is precious and irreplaceable, such as that beautiful door that you can see through, and those beautiful windows that are not rebuildable. What I would do in the past and have successfully done, like with Jericho Base in Louisville, is I would just build a staircase next to the building, sledgehammer a couple of roof tiles, and then for my initial assertion, build a little fence post and a sheet escape rope. Generator is full, so it does not need to be topped up. Now here is something that I was interested in for a while here. This tailoring step van probably is a decent condition vehicle. I started in Riverside, so I saw this step van within the first day. Engine quality is only 68, so nothing to write home about. Brakes regular, performance sus. Black denim fabric roll. That is what I want to see in a vehicle like this one. Trunk is also perfect. Does not need any repairs to shine. It is a big gas tank. Let's see if I can tow it forward. It is a step van and this is a fire truck. It's not outside the realm of possibility. We're already in second gear, we're not bottoming out. But let's get out to the asphalt here. Traction is best on the asphalt. We might make it. Yeah, I think we're going to make it. It's going to be really slow going, though. And that's okay. I'm not exactly in a particular rush. I think we're going to make it to our target today. We'll get mechanics maxed, or at least close to it. Get our crops harvested, get them placed on the drying rack. Well, okay, so I think I may have lied about mull draw today. Now that I think about it, getting the crops dried on the drying rack, that's going to take some time. There it is, third gear. That's the barrier you always want to be able to clear, is make it to third gear while you're trying to tow a vehicle forward. If you can do that, you can do anything. Guy had a leather coat. I'll take a bunch of leather strips, yes please. Interesting migratory movements there. Let's see where they come from. Ah, look at that. Okay. That's why they keep moseying in this general direction, because there's plenty of them. This might actually wake the music up. Let's see if it wakes the music up. You just need 3 zombies to be targeting us, right? There it is. We woke the music up, boys. And this is where I'd love to have a long-distance rifle, but we're only halfway through aiming, so we're not doing that yet. When you get to the higher level aiming, and you get the capability of shooting a zombie through a weapon with an 8x scope, it's pretty great. Shit like this asshole all the way out here, they become much less of an issue. See, that one right up there? Eventually she'll make her way into this road, and then I'll just have to deal with her then, so I'd prefer to deal with her now. And having a long-distance rifle would just make that so much easier. I'll have to lug my ass out here on foot. Look at all these assholes just hiding in the woods. That's why I tooted the horn. Might as well deal with him now. Well, we stopped gaining weight right at 84 kilo again. So now I can go into a weight loss phase and stop thinking about weight for a little while. Now this is where I really wish I had a sledgehammer to get rid of these stupid columns here. Is that the support beam to the house? Joking addicts. No, it's not actually a part of the game. I just, it's a Firefox window with 25% transparency applied through auto hotkey. And I used PowerShell to restyle the window so it stays always on top. Same with the ugly face cam here. It's whatchamacallit. It's just FF Play pulling directly from the camera. Probably not the only one waiting for us in the building itself here. The building itself here, yeah, look at that. They're whispering to each other there. They're talking some shit about me. That's right, bring your bitch and bitch ass out here, bitch. Denied. Hey buddy, I killed your homie. Nope. Let's see how many more of them come out of there, because there is most likely going to be... Yep, that... Make me ruin these beautiful windows. Basically what happened was we tooted the horn at one point in the past and ended up pulling a huge group of them through the building from one side to the other, and not all of them actually came out of the building. Now they got to come up here and smudge up the glass. Oh, somebody's still alive in that pile. What's that? What's up, buddy? Oh. Fortunately, I can't just shoot through that door, even though it's got glass in it. I'm not particularly keen to be going in that hallway right now, though. Maybe. I'll be a little brave. Hey, Alice. You missed the party. It's all out front. Just nothing but Chuck up there. Alright. These offices are dead ends, so as long as there's not somebody in them by default. So that leads to the factory floor right there. Gonna flank it. Better visibility on this side. We're probably okay from here on out. I'm pretty sure the gunshot discharge has probably pulled most of them out of here. The deaf ones hiding in the closet can stay there. I'm not interested in doing a full clear of the building. Once again, I need to be not trying to tow these forward. It doesn't work. This is not the race car. This is but the humble fire truck. Yeah, I did. I don't need it. We got to mechanics a long time ago. Hot wiring is the far easier solution. Especially considering it would be a way more effort than it's worth to find out exactly which van the key belongs to. That's probably one of the best tow jobs I can do without actually fueling it. Your Electromax van will make a fine addition to my collection, General. One of the reasons I'm just bringing all these indoors, I mean, it's really cold, that's one thing, but mechanics doesn't actually pump up your body heat in this universe. In real life, mechanics is one of the things that's made me sweat a lot. Trying to change that frickin' rimless tire, or tubeless rather. Trying to change a tubeless tire by hand, or just with 2 tire spoons. Ugh. That is the most sweat I've had in a very long time since I was hitting the gym. But in this universe, it doesn't give you any body heat generation, so if you do it outdoors for a long period of time in the cold, you will get freezing. Stop it. Get some help. You know, without the sledgehammer to clear these, well, I'm very sorry to hear that, because, you're either going to have to wait for it, or not wait for it. I would very much love it to be stable as well. I have a theory, and I love spreading this theory. I have no idea whether there is any truth to it or not. My theory currently is that when we get 42 stable, we may get 43 unstable relatively quickly afterwards. I only say that because the devs have actually proclaimed that they've got people working in parallel on 42 and 43 right now. So that may be something they're working towards. But the fact that they haven't announced any such thing tells me that if that is the goal, they might not be hitting it, or they're keeping it low-key until they confirm. I mean, it's not like these devs are very open to communication. I have a very relevant meme for that. I have a very relevant meme for that. Hang on. Let me open my meme folder here. No, this one's right on my front page. Me in 2060 reading how Project Zomboid finally finished build 48. Did I pump? Oops. Actually gotta hook it up here. And then just 2 more vans after this one. Now, why are we taking an entire fleet of vans? Well, the truth is, we're just going to harvest parts until we get some levels of mechanics. That is a tactic, using this particular parking lot actually, that's a tactic I've replicated on most of my previous characters for B42 so far. Now, there's technically already cybernetics. They're using disabled people as guinea pigs for cybernetics right now. I don't have too strong of an opinion on that, because, you know, if you're disabled and you're willing to subject yourself to research, then so be it. But yeah, you got your people who are trying to test Neuralink and whatnot, things similar to it. And I have seen some very interesting stuff come out of that. I can't wait to see how the private sector is going to fuck it up. How long until we get ads beamed directly into your brain? That is absolutely on the agenda. If somebody who isn't currently researching cybernetics isn't going to work on it, then it'll be out as soon as everything else is. I'll tell you what, I'm going to move Smart Cut up in front of the other door here. There we go. So Smart Cut can be basically positioned for exit. The whole point of what we're doing here is not just to pull parts off of the vans for experience, but also if we get some really perfect condition performance parts or something like that, we can actually just take them off of the vans and then stick them into the step van trunk right there. What are we up to? 9 hours, 30 minutes? It's not too bad. I think we might be able to get through this. Don't tell. Oh no, it's doing the thing. Oh no. That bug report that I submitted with a save where it can be replicated. Oh no. So yeah, when this happens, you know what? You know what? Let's take a look. Let's see if Indy Stone has looked at my bug report. Nope. Nope. I submitted this bug report on April 2nd. And I got thanks from people in the community for posting it. I got people in the community to thank me for it, but of course, why would the devs reply to me? They don't like me. I'm about 80% sure the devs of this game have a personal distaste for me. I mean, there's only so many interpretations you can come up with when it comes to them acknowledging other people's bug reports, like that were sent 5 minutes before yours, and then yours doesn't even warrant a reply. It's coming up on a 1-year anniversary for my bug report for tobacco being impossible to grow. It is coming up on the 1-year anniversary for that. They still haven't fixed it. They got to change one number in one file. That's all they do. That's all they got to do. Let's just say that Hanlon's razor is dull, blunt, and broken. Yeah, right. Thank you, Lucas. This is my the Electromax parking lot in Riverside, or this is just outside of Riverside, a little bit to the southeast-ish, no, southwest. I think I'm starting to get a better understanding of cardinal directions in this game. It's only taken me 3,100 hours. Yeah, we're a little bit southwest of Riverside, more west, like west-southwest. There's usually a couple dozen of these. These vans are also great chances at the Generator magazine. I usually come away with 3 or 4 Generator magazines after looting all these vans. So if you're having trouble finding it, Electromax in Riverside is one of your Murphy's Law opportunities. Throw enough at the wall and something will eventually stick. That is probably not a final resting place. I might just hotwire that and move it manually. Because we're definitely reaching the point where it's getting harder to tow in here. But now, we are capable of safely repairing vehicles in here. Never even unlocked it. I'll have time for this. Yeah, see, look at that. How to use generators right here on the passenger seat. Is nice. I like. I actually thought that I had looted all of the interiors of these vans. So seeing one still be locked is a bit of a question mark. Skill issue. Should have been more thorough. Yeah. A long-range remote controller would be amazing to find in here. I think I did find a medium or a short. I can't remember. I know for a fact that I haven't found a long yet, sadly. I would do salacious things for a long-range controller right now. Yeah, lots of these batteries are actually pretty low charge. Oh, this one has a key on the seat. That is something I occasionally do when I remember to. I feel like if I ever was going to learn guitar, this would be a great song to start with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strum, 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 strum. All right. I think we're ready for some disassembly here. Let's get my gear together. Anything extraneous is coming off because we are now in a state where if I have to get into combat, then it's just going to be with my wrench. Put on my spare backpack here. And I need the tire iron on my back and the jack in my offhand. Now I have all my tools for mechanics, easily accessible. And first we just do a great purge of all the parts. I feel morally obligated to get these batteries recharged. It's just wasting away. We have a generator out there running, and we've got a car battery charger right here. The only thing we need to do is make sure that the annoying noise is outside instead of inside. So I'm going to do it out here a little ways. Now, of course, we're only going to charge batteries if they are perfect condition, but low charge. So as part of the triage process, we'll just separate batteries by charge levels. Let's just take the really easy stuff off first. Radio, headlights, taillights. Remember, every single thing we take off or put back on gets a little bit of experience, so... This battery is already charged and 100%, so it is basically good to go. Oh, that's right. I think I left a few of these running for a little while to get them to charge their own batteries. That is something you can get away with if the engine condition is high, I think. I feel like, and this is just anecdotal, I feel like if the engine condition is lower than the battery, it's going to struggle to charge the battery for some reason. Yeah, that one's close enough to being full. I'm not going to sweat a few percentage points. It's when it's in the double digits that I feel threatened. Okay, I think that's most of the easies. Let's do a little radio disassembly here. Not of the premium techs, but of the value techs. All right, glasswork next. That's another easy win. I'm only going to pick it up if it is perfect condition. If it is not perfect condition, we will destroy it. Because perfect condition parts are common enough at this point that I basically have no need to transport semi-perfect stuff. Got a little under halfway there. So we're making some good progress to Mechanic 7 there. I'll go ahead and fill up the forward compartments of this vehicle. The name on that credit card is Jesse Edwards. Jesse, it's time to cook. Cook in a vehicle, Jesse. Alright, so the cab of the truck is completely filled up. Now we can focus on the trunk. Oh, it's a little bit past my bedtime. We've got 2.1 days of supplies left to consume before we run out of consumables. Project Indiana map expansion yet? I have not even heard of that. That sounds ambitious. Indiana, if anybody's not familiar, is on the other side of the Ohio River. That is blocking the north side of the map. It is currently difficult, but possible to get to Indiana, but there is nothing there. It is full of nothing but a randomly generated wilderness. Now, windshields, I'm going to be a little less cavalier with. That one is 90% that I just pulled off. Windshields are a wear item that, you know, obviously you're driving forward most of the time, so your collisions are most likely going to be on the windshield. So, of all the glass work that I'm willing to accept slightly lower numbers on, windshield is usually the first among them. But with that, that is all the glass work removed from all the vans in the fleet. Alright, chassis work is probably next. These I'm not going to bother trying to take with me, probably for the most part. I'm just going to set them aside, probably. It's going to be a little difficult to try to carry these around at all, but we'll see what we can do. Actually, let's just do front, left, and right doors first. So we can at least carry a few of those at once. Hoods and rear doors are just so heavy that we are not going to be able to carry more than one of those at once under any circumstances. These two are damaged, so I definitely want to set aside the damaged ones because we still really need welding and mechanics experience. We can fix those, as it is a welding thing that does not cost rods, and therefore I'm here for it. 5:10. That is good enough bedtime for now. Somebody just died. Oh no. How spooky. I actually just sit down briefly so that I can get the music to kick back up. Six perfect doors is way more than enough. I will leave the remaining perfect doors over here. Alright, let's do hoods next. George, lose the hood! Yeah, I know, we're in the hood. Respirator filters are much more important to me now than they used to be, so we steal respirator filters here. Yes, on Annie, we completely wiped out the sanatorium. Um, it was actually on Annie that we had the scare. Remember the video on my channel, the standalone one? Worst situation in Project Zomboid ever. I'm sorry, worst situation in 2,000 hours of Project Zomboid. That was when we were taking the sanitarium on Annie, or at least we were on the outskirts. We set up in that building on the other side of the tunnel, and then some dumb shit happened. Some very dumb shit. Very little. Very, very, very little. Literally the only reason I went there was to kill zombies and prepare myself for Louisville. So I don't know if I ever would go there again. There's almost no point. If I need to kill zombies, then going to Louisville is a much greater value proposition. I'm only going to put one double rear door to take home with us, because those are just that heavy. Yeah, that's a good. I would agree with that. We're about 3/4 of the way through the level. Unfortunately, we probably won't actually make it all the way to 10. I don't know how I feel about that. I might just deal with it. Alright, that's all of the rear doors. I'm gonna do mufflers next. And then perhaps gas cans. Gas tanks are actually not the best idea right now. Gas tanks mean that I am going to damage them. One of these vans had a full can in it. And now I can siphon all of the tanks. Without having to go back and forth. Okay, everybody should have their gas empty now. Let's do mufflers next. I do want to take all mufflers back with me. But I need to separate performance and old. Performance regular and old, really. Performance is important for my carrier vehicles. Carrier vehicles, I don't want to be attracting attention to. While combat vehicles, like ambulances, life bars, whatever, those I want to be attracting attention in. And I don't really have much of a niche for regular, so I'm not going to waste the space on transporting them. Right now, at least. I think that's all mufflers. Only 2 performance mufflers out of the set. They are definitely not very common. I've been dreading tires. I'm going to do seats first. Seats are kind of hard to categorize. I don't think there's any perfect seats. It just seems like seats are those things that never show up perfect. I'm going to try to hold on to them based on whether they are above 75. That'll be the cutoff. Oh, look, there's 100% right there. Sweet. Yeah, it is. Ranzara, how's it going? We are currently grinding mechanics by extracting all of the parts from the Electromax vans that we found in the parking lot up here at Riverside. I'm going to do like 80% as a cutoff for separating the good ones from the bad ones here. Yeah, it does. Someday, perhaps. Definitely when we go to Irvington. Hey, there's 100%. This is one of the ones that I loaded up the seat with stuff. Yeah. For a car to get full overall condition, no. Okay, so quality does not have any impact on condition specifically. Quality doesn't like affect any of the other numbers other than engine start likelihood, as far as I understand it. Right. At least definitely not likely. Yeah, I'm just going to have to start dropping this stuff on the floor. I don't suspect that I'm going to need too much plaster powder when I've got all that. We've got tons of limestone back at base. That and there's another 100. Beautiful. Ah, this is where I put some nails and some rods, too. Those definitely are not going to be left behind forever. Those are higher priority to come home with us. I'll probably stick those straight into the trunk of the truck. Oh, there it goes. Truck now full back there. Let's do passenger seat. I believe that's all seats. At least in this row and the... Yes, okay. That may be everything except the undercarriages. Not currently counting gas tanks because there's still a chance to damage them. So if I somehow don't get the next level before we hit gas tanks, then we'll do gas tanks very last. I have a feeling we'll have no problem getting to the next level before then. We're just a hair's breadth away. About 350 experience something. Alright, so we're starting off with regular tires over here. Hello. Then we got performance. Then we got more performance. And we got more performance. Holy shit. Then we got more performance. Then we got old. Is regular really going to be the stripping Rex into? Yeah, no, that's definitely not the worst thing to do. We have driven past a couple of wrecked vehicles. We might not have any more regular. There's just nothing but performance at old now. What an interesting lineup. Okay. Well then. We're up to 10:25 today. It is out of band today. I'm not actually technically supposed to be streaming today, but I escaped my daytime obligations. My evening obligations are limited somewhat. Time is at 6 p.m. Eastern. TBA. I may be able to complete at least this vehicle lot, but I may have to call it in the not too distant future here. All these 100% condition performance tires. Way more than I was expecting to see. But that is the new default. I'm kind of here for it, all things considered. Performance that is not above 80. That's going to be my cutoff for now. It's got everything out of that. Oh, right. Yeah, no, the churn is real. I usually do take these days off, even if I don't make it into the office like I'm supposed to. But I'm also hopelessly addicted, so there's that. Zomboid is definitely a great way to pass the time when you're trying to spend as little money as possible. So many other video games out there that would love to have me be spending money. Even Darktide, the other video game that I play that is usually okay. I mean, it sometimes gets a little hard to say no to the cosmetics in the cash shop there at Darktide. Never underestimate the value of standing around looking awesome. That's 10 perfect performance tires. Unbelievable. This would have been unthinkable to see this many at once. Just last build, or a couple builds ago. Dear Aqua. That one's cleared out. Simple sword and short sword. Right there, I guess if you want to do the, whatchamacallit, the Black Knight setup, that'll be quite uncomfortable. And you'll be swinging a little slower, but it'll work. Yeah, no, yeah, I can already feel it happening. I mean, I've usually I usually have like a cutoff of where I even consider taking parts home. Used to be something in the 70s. Now I'm definitely feeling like at least mid 80s. I did find some very interesting math earlier today, relevant to part condition. It looks like the cutoff for brakes being better um, being better to go off with a high condition regular brake as opposed to a lower condition performance brake. I think we established it's about 20 to 25%. So if you have like a 100% condition regular, but you have a like 80% condition performance, the regular will net you higher total braking force. That was a break point that was interesting to keep appraised of. Yeah, considering the now that we're actually seeing a bunch more 100% condition parts to work with, that it never used to really feel meaningful to actually figure that out because it just seemed so rare to see these beautiful bright green numbers here. But I'm here for it. Definitely down for some more 100%. I'm terrified that the new game director is going to be like, yeah, we dialed it up a little too high on vehicle condition. We're going to roll it back now. I can almost hear it. I can almost hear it or read the. I can almost see the text. We're constantly making adjustments. We noticed you guys were having just a little too much fun, so we're going to dial it back now. 19 perfect performances. I mean, also I should note for the record, if anybody's not familiar with the Electromax parking lot out here, it generally has always had some pretty good condition parts on the vans out here relative to the standard. This has always been a place you can go to get a good selection of good parts. Not wrecked, beat up. Right, right. I was kind of intrigued to see that the new game director kind of came in there and just started changing default sandbox setting numbers. Not that I'm... Hey, there we go. Mechanics level 7. Not particularly opposed to it. Okay, we can finally do gas tanks without any chance of damage. Hell yes. So these performance tires that are just below the threshold, we'll put them up here, but we'll keep them separate. At least that way we can triage at a glance more easily. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, just high and low. I guess I can understand that that's there to make sense for the normies. But if we're trying to understand the numeric values to give more relevant feedback, then it's about as useful to me as the green bars on these things when it comes to damage. That is all tires except for these. This one right here is the only one that had old tires on it. They're all perfect. I don't know if I ever really found a niche for old tires. The fact that they have lower friction overall. It just seems like higher friction is better most of the time. Almost feels like I missed a sleep, or maybe it's just because I've been running around a lot. All right. We'll get something to eat, and then we will sleep. And then we'll start pulling out some gas tanks. Yeah. It is a little early for bed, but being as I'm stage 2 fatigued this early, I'm going to go ahead and sleep. Yeah. Whenever there's a low condition gas tank, that can really kill you. I'm definitely feeling. I haven't rolled a vehicle with like a small gas tank as like a main vehicle. I haven't done that in a long time, but now because the race car that I picked up has a small, I'm feeling it a lot more than I normally do. There's another big, so we've got 2 big right now. I did not bring any welding tools or materials with me. Probably should have done that in hindsight. Oh well. Hey, there's a perfect big one right there. That's kind of tragic because now I don't have... These 2 things are way too filled up with gas. I'd have to do a lot of back and forth to empty them. I'm just going to put that straight into the... Passenger seat is full already, isn't it? Kind of annoying that my character would prefer to pick up a lug wrench out of a vehicle's trunk as opposed to using the tire iron that's right there on her back. Odd decision, odd prioritization on the tools there. There's another big. Hell yeah. A perfect big. I was not expecting to find too many of those. So that one's definitely coming back with me too. I'll put that directly in the smart cut here. Smart cut is now filling up quite quickly. Hey there. VTSS, good to see you. Hope you enjoy the stuff. We have we've definitely we take things slow, I can tell you that much. We take things very slow. Probably a necessary thing. Currently we are working on leveling up our mechanics skill, and in order to do that we have picked up an entire fleet of Electromax vehicles from the warehouse and factory parking lot here in Riverside. And we're just slowly pulling all the parts off. We just hit that threshold where we got to level 7 mechanics, which means we have no risk of damaging the gas tanks when we pull them out. Close the lid and the hell of that. Yeah, AMP4 is being able to close the lid and not have gas evaporation. That does sound pretty decent. Yeah. Oh my god, the ranged damage to the windows. I discovered exactly how many shots a car can absorb. It's a lot. I have this screenshot here that can probably worth 1,000 words. When we took, here it is. When we took the checkpoint for Louisville, we used cars to shape the flow of the zombies, and it ended up it worked pretty well. The cars aren't actually visible there. Where is it? Here it is. This is what we built. We took this huge conga line of busted cars, and what I thought I was going to help myself out by doing was pulling all the glass work off of all the cars. And I thought maybe that would reduce the number of things for my gun to accidentally shoot. No, it ended up shooting doors and trunks and possibly even tires. I never even found out if I was accidentally targeting tires. I just know for damn sure that I was accidentally targeting vehicles all the damn time when I did this. Like I said, it worked, but we definitely had quite a few shotgun shells just get completely eaten by vehicles when we did that. This is on my previous character, by the way, if anybody did not follow. Playlist in the description for my previous character, Nora the Explora, as it were. This was how we handled the Louisville checkpoint. We were, I don't want to say forced to do it this way, but we had to get some distance from the fences, because the fences, this is back when the zombies touching the fences would cause our stress to go from 0 to 1 billion. And so we had to incentivize them to get away from the fences as much as possible. So I definitely won't have to go through that kind of effort next time, because now regular chain link fences don't generate stress. Thankfully, I do hope that courtesy gets extended to. I don't know if we ever confirmed whether the whatchamacallit, double tall wooden fences are still sending our stress into oblivion. That could have been some doors. So these two right here are perfect, rather. These two are big, but just need a single repair slapped onto them. 14 plus some random ones in the middle. Yeah, it's true. I mean, to be entirely honest, Annie Mae only left Louisville in the end because I just wanted to give her a send-off by sending her back to base. We could have done the same on Nora, but I was thinking about having Nora do a helicopter exit. She couldn't quite make it work. It's all right. I mean, my character's when I always say this, when my character's saves get broken by an update, that's the good ending. That is the only good ending to Project Zomboid, because it is a valid reason to stop playing a character because you can't continue. But it's not a death. Definitely not a death. So we're now doing brakes. I'm going to go perfect performance first. Imperfect performance I'll leave over here closer to the entrance. And by imperfect, that's like a little bit under. What is my solution to sustainable food in Zomboid? Cows right now. I have a feeling that cows might get nerfed someday, but right now, if you get yourself a Holstein cow, Holstein is the name of the breed that has the black and white spots. Holstein cows can produce well over 15 liters of milk in their reservoir. And what you can do with milk is you can either just drink it straight up to shut the hunger up whenever you get hungry, or you can churn it into butter and add that butter to your food if you feel like cooking, or just straight up eat the butter if you're being lazy, like I've been a little bit lately. We boosted our weight up to 84 kilo. Yeah, Richard said it best there, that our characters who get their save broken, this is how you lived, not how you died. They do kind of get the dark ending in the meta sense, because NPCs are supposed to be in the game, but they're not. So whenever you have characters playing these earlier builds here where NPCs are not in the game yet, their endings are always going to be darker, because basically they're alone in the world forever. Yeah. Ranzer is he's described a pretty good way of actually engaging with the cooking system. and getting yourself some. That's more or less what we've got going on at our base right now. We've got a chicken coop with like a dozen or so chickens in it, and then we've only got 2 cows. I was relatively surprised that the Simmental cow is producing as much milk. It's almost competitive with the Holstein. The Simmental cow is that's the breed that has brown spots instead of black spots. I was always under the impression that they were like a halfway point between the Angus cows, which are only really good for their meat, and the Holstein cows, which are much better for milk. Tessia, I am using mod policy is described in the description. I'm so glad that I got that in there now. TLDR is we are avoiding mods to maximize our save compatibility whenever the game updates. The only mod that you're seeing right now is a texture recolor for our backpack and our Alice kit and our satchel right here. Changes it from puke green to tactical black. Basically, if you want to play with mods, you're doing yourself a favor if you avoid mods that add new stuff to the save data. That is my my understanding of the modding system in the game right now. You want to have a lower chance of your save getting broken. Mods that do not add anything to the save, so that's new items, that's new game mechanics, stuff like that. Yeah, I know, right? No, that's 7 Days to Die right there. The 7 Days to Die has got a smell system that they recently reintroduced, and boy howdy, are they going nuts with it. Even the traders will comment, like Trader Rect will be like, smells like dysentery. That game, man. I do still very much enjoy parts of it. Hell yeah, we've got a huge collection of perfect performance here. Gonna go ahead and load up a good chunk of these into the trunk here. Beautiful. All other containers that I'll be going back with me are filled now. Suppose it couldn't hurt to leave a few things here. Forgot how big these amplifiers are. Could use those as decorations. Alright, so these are the semi-perfect performances. I'll just put the actual perfect performances right here next to the bed, because we are now completely out of room for pretty much everything. Why do I want to keep gaining weight? You basically want to... what I like to do with my weight is oscillate between high weight and low weight. There is a threshold, and I don't know if this actually comes with any stat changes, but if you go over 85 kilo, you gain the high weight trait, which allegedly does a -1 fitness. I don't think that actually manifests in-game. I have not seen my fitness stat change, but I do think that it makes you more clumsy, and our character is already clumsy, so it also slows your running speed, and that's rather significant. We have put a lot of effort into our running speed, so I don't want to let that get screwed up. So basically we're trying to gain weight until we get to close to 85 kilo, and then go into a weight loss phase where we don't eat anything substantive, just drink a fountain cup of cow's milk is what I like to do. That's a perfect match to shut the hunger up for somebody with hearty eater. Less endurance regen, yeah, yep. So definitely want to avoid the, and you probably get, I believe you get a commensurate set of debuffs for being low weight as well. Low weight, the threshold for that is 75 kilo. So basically my strategy is to just kind of, right, yeah, so the plus and minuses are, yep, that makes sense. It is the other debuffs that probably apply when you, because I could feel the difference when I kind of let my weight get a little bit out of control for a little while, and we made it all the way up to 95 kilo at one point. I definitely was feeling the lack of running speed at that point. Hell yeah, another full performance here. Right. Yeah. There's also a thing, and this is an interesting thing. An interesting thing when you're when it comes to weight. I don't have the latest code base. I accidentally clicked on Gray J. That's going to need to go away. I have the decompiled code base for nutrition. This is decompiled as a 42.13. I don't think it's changed for the moment, but I found something very interesting in there. Calories to gain weight is separated by male and female. Or, I mean, like, most of these stats are separated by male and female. However, for example, when the character is first made, females would, in an alternate universe, start with a weight of where is it? 60F. Or is it oh, it's 0.0. 0.0, and it's a double, not a float. Really? They have changed it. They have indeed changed it. So there are still numbers in there. There are still numbers in there that separate your weight statistics based on whether you're male or female. But they have, I think they're discontinuing that. It used to be very different. So some of the placeholder code I used to look at is definitely not in there anymore. Here it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If we do a side-by-side right now, between 42.0.2 when I first looked at this on the right versus on the left there, yeah, they have completely removed sexual dimorphism from the game over the course of B42. That is fascinating. Yeah, there used to be specific checks over whether the player is female or not. That was all over the place here. Like the check at calorie changes, every single calorie change would check whether the player is male or female and run the appropriate algorithm based on that. But that has all been removed. I suppose you could say that the body type A and B people have won again. Yeah, I was actually kind of I hoped I had thought that they had this whatchamacallit, this placeholder code in here. They just hadn't activated it yet because they didn't think it was ready. But no, they're actually getting rid of it all. Yeah, and that's an interesting thing too, KTO, that you mentioned that. I'm one of them. I find it a little bit more interesting to play a character that's less like me instead of more like me. And yet, they're they. So that one of the things that I was gonna point out by looking at this was that the default weight for somebody who started out female was actually 60 kilo, and default weight for male was 80 kilo. But all of that code was here. It is. Here it is. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So this is what nutrition looked like in 42.0.2 and the V42 first dropped. When nutrition as a class here is instantiated, if you're a female, you set your initial weight to 60. If else, which means if you're male, set this weight to 80. But this code has never been executed, basically. And I found out that was because the boolean here is female, which is instantiated as false. There's never been code to set this to true. So basically, everybody has been playing male or female characters visually, but from the nutrition standpoint, everybody has always been male. And I found that to be quite funny. But I always thought that they were going to do something more with this. But now that I look at it, if we look at, again, this is 42.0.2 on the right, and this is 42.13 on the left, which is the most recent decompile that I did. They just don't even have the checks in there anymore. That's all been removed, so they're probably not going to go forward with that. And that's sad. I would have found it a little bit more interesting if there were actually differences between player types. Shut up, Windows. So, wait a minute. That was regular, and then do we have 3 regulars in a row here? I think we do. 4 regulars in a row. Do I hear 5? So basically everything on this entire row here is regular. Positively male zombies wearing lingerie. Well, that if it's something that can happen in real life, I do expect to see it in Zomboid eventually. As long as it doesn't make our lives too much easier. Where's my ladders, Indy Stone? I still want my ladders. So these suspensions here meet the close threshold, but still not quite there. And then regular brakes we're tossing up here, maybe, was it? Yeah, we're just tossing regular brakes up here. It doesn't... I'm not really that interested in differentiation right now because we just got tons of performance. Remember, at this point, we just want to yank parts out of the vehicles so that we get experience for it. And I'm going to be real with you. I'm totally okay with that. Zombies that are intelligent enough to climb something. I'm kind of okay with that. They have enough balance to stay upright most of the time. Obviously, they kind of they're derpy and whatnot, but no, I'm kind of okay with it, especially if it just gets us, if it gets us ladders in the game. I'm okay with it. Just make it so zombies can climb them as well. I know that the devs have a very, very, very specific idea of what they want zombies to be able to do, and I think that's been hampering them a lot. I do hope our new game director can shake some sense into the Brits on that. Okay, I believe that is a successful extraction of all performance parts, which is great. I'm going to go ahead and have another drink of milk and get a long overdue sleep here. We were supposed to get our second sleep hours and hours ago. Might as well have my sleep schedule a lost cause right now. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, if you kill so many zombies in a certain spot, um, like let's just say that you have a bunch of zombies in front of a low fence, and there's like 3 or 4 corpses. That low fence should no longer be there for the zombies. They should just walk right over corpses and then be able to just walk right over the fence. I would find that to be an interesting way to play. Yeah, about them being able to open doors. I think that's an extinction mode thing, but I wouldn't be entirely opposed to it in standard. At least, if nothing else, it would give us a need for the padlocks and whatnot. But I would prefer that they add stuff like that to the game once they have a more fleshed out key making system. Because there is, I think there's placeholders in the game right now for key making. There's a whole set of blank keys, and there's a locksmith van, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. I've even seen a key duplicator. But what I'm specifically looking for is the ability to make my own keys, that don't already exist. Yeah, I've never once seen a zombie open a door in Apocalypse. I've been playing nothing but Apocalypse since B42 came out.
Hey!
Oops, wrong. Let it never be said that I never accidentally hit Q. They're tied to the doorknobs. Now that's interesting. So you're telling me if I disassemble a door and use the same knob... Really? Oh, performance sus on this one. I overlooked that. So we're about halfway through to mechanics level 8. I should have known that we would probably not be able to get there. I suppose that's alrightish. Now I'm going to take a look at the engines, and we're going to decide if there's anything that's worth getting parts put back on it. So far, everything's in the 70s here. 69. 82. So far, this one's the winner. Top back there. 66. 69. 62, 67, 65. Okay, so the best vehicle in the lot here is 82 engine quality. And I think we had a couple in the 70s. One plus 12, that's 33. Alright, so those are our hand-carry bags. Gonna go ahead and gear back up then. Am I? Yes, but not fully. Bandolier, satchel, backpack. We're actually making decent time. In terms of us wanting to be back before the 8th. Catch you later, Lucas. Yeah, thanks, gaming. This is our refined junkyard. Okay, I think here's what I'm going to do. I do still want to take a couple of these vans back eventually. So I'm going to turn back around and put some of these performance parts that are a little damaged. Basically starting with the lowest of the condition parts here. And we can put them back on the one with the highest engine quality. And that would be this one here. Remember, damaged parts like these, if they're going to be put on a vehicle that's not going to be used that often, no big loss there. Oh, you know what? I've been not as diligent about getting these batteries swapped. We've got plenty of batteries, so it's okay to put a perfect one in the vehicle like this. So these perfect heavy-duty gas tanks, it's actually okay to put one of these in here because I need to siphon out from the other vehicles if I want to replace or upgrade their tanks. So this is okay. Muffler in the reg. Couple of seats. We'll just take whatever's lowest over here. We need one and then 59. Ew. 72. So this one actually still needs engine repairs, but this is the second best engine quality on the lot. What about Smart Cut? Does it have a premium tech radio? No, it does now. go ahead and put perfect regs on this one. I don't even know, really, if there's a substantiative difference between suspension types. Suspensions are one of those things that I just don't understand. And I've given up trying to understand. I just know I like pretty big green numbers. Its tires. Can't remember if I let a almost perfect tire seed this bunch. Whatever. Hey, Daniel. Doing pretty good. It's never seen. I shouldn't be on still. I've kind of tunnel visioned a little bit here. I really wanted to go to Muldrod today. A few things came up. We ended up having to spend a lot of time building a drying room so that we can dry crops when we harvest them. The harvest is coming up quite soon here. I don't think they'll be ready to harvest when we get back. That is a possibility, but I doubt it. But I do think we'll get back before the end of the stream, because we're getting pretty close there. We have successfully gained a level and a half. We might get yet another level of mechanics here. It's been another skill grinding skill grinding session today. I was hoping to do a little bit more than skill grind, but that is what we ended up doing. So I've chosen 2 vehicles from the totals here. These 2 that I've chosen will get the best parts that we're not saving for other vehicles. And the remaining stuff, or the remainder will be transport. So we'll transport everything that got left over. This ended up being a variety trunk. I might just toss all this back on the floor. Yeah, I'm just going to toss most of this back on the floor. Yeah, total scrapyard here. Hey there. Good to see everybody. Normally I don't stream this late, and in fact I'm getting close to the YouTube time limit. If anybody is not familiar, YouTube, it lets you live stream for a very long time, but it does not record for replay value. It does not record anything beyond like 11 hours and 56 minutes, something kind of close to 12-hour mark. So as we get closer to the 12-hour mark, we definitely need to start wrapping up for the sake of those. I do have some viewers who like to catch my stuff after the fact. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you too. But yeah, we'll definitely need to wrap up in the not too distant future here. We're getting some rear doors slapped on these bad boys. Yeah, I'm just going to do doors next. Glasswork is going to be a little bit more difficult. I actually might not even bother. Well, I don't know. Maybe. That's a question mark. I mean, honestly, there's no reason not to. If I do it, it gets me experience. There's no chance I'm going to be able to get all these hoods and doors anyway. I would really like that. I wish that the car zone tapes were like a precedent for other skills, because that would be really cool. Just being able to, you know, raid the VHS stores and actually come away with something that a little bit more substantive than just TV shows that we've already seen. But it's like car zone is a bit of an aberration in that regard. Alright, what was that glasswork piece I left over here? This was just a front window that is, like, close, but not quite there. Okay, so we need 2 fronts, 2 backs, and then 3 sides. Oh, wow. I went past midnight again. Oops. Okay. Sleeping once here. Yeah, see, I mean, what I'm doing right now might as well... It's very, 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 very close to just being a grinding thing. The only thing that separates it from the fact that we're grinding is that we're actually harvesting very useful parts in addition to the skill grind. But at the end of the day, the real reason we're here is for the skill grind. We are... these parts are very useful, but not like super essential. It is the skill that is essential. Gas. Just gonna do a 10 liter in each. Now, usually what I like to do with Electromax vans is use them to store the parts we got from other vehicles. By your powers combined, I am Captain Electromax. He's our hero. Gonna bring your skill away from zero. Oh. Box of nails, rabbit hide. Alright, alright. We did free up a fair bit of room in the smart cut, though. So I can put a few things in there, too. So with the exception of the driver's seat, this one's ready to go. And what I'm going to do is just the ones that have been filled up with parts can just go out here for pickup later. I'll probably come back with the race car later another time. I'll come back another time with the race car and actually tow these back with me. This battery should be donezo. That means there's just 2 more to go. Fully charged battery on the driver's seat. Try to blacksmith. Where do you get the clay? The clay is from the riverside. There's also large bodies of water, like the lake itself here at Phallus Lake. This large body of water had a bunch of clay around it, but the most reliable source of clay is to just parse the edge of the Ohio River, so that's going to depend on where you're at. But yeah, the edge of the Ohio River, everywhere where there's dirt, there's periodic little clay deposits. The clay is like a lighter shade of brown than the dirt, and you need to have a shovel of some kind and an empty sack to pick it up with. What? The fuck kind of poltergeist is... Okay, I've been playing this game for too long. They're just nudging pixel by pixel. They're trying to escape. They're trying to escape their fate. Yeah. Let's get our second sleep here. This is our last milk that I'm drinking right now, so we couldn't stay longer if I wanted to. It's kind of neat that we're just about to run out of time, so... I will give you, if you're interested in starting blacksmithing and you're working on where to go with that, there is a link I can give you to something that I made. It is a flow chart. It's a little hard to follow. I have it on Imgur here. Imgur. Where the frick is my account? Why am I not signed in? Whatever. Images. Here it is. View, post. I think that's it. Let me try that on a separate. That's what it's supposed to look like. Okay. So this is a flow chart that I created for blacksmithing. Now, what the purpose of this flow chart is to get you into the advanced side of it. So a lot of things that are in this flow chart are not necessary just to get your foot in the door, because this flow chart is about getting the advanced stuff. So the advanced stuff, what sets it apart from the other stuff is that you need the large bellows. So if you disregard the large bellows, then you don't have to think about tanning leather and stuff like that. You can at least start forging some more basic things using a simple forge and a intermediate forge. But if you want to get into the advanced side of things, that flow chart gives you skill minimums and material requirements, stuff like that. As far as I know, I don't think anything substantial has changed since I made that flow chart. It was 42.13, I think, when I made that, so it was a while ago. And I do expect some things will change eventually. But for the time being, I don't think anything has changed. Oh, please do. Please, that's what it's there for. Yeah. Send it around to your folks if anybody needs a link to it. But otherwise, yeah, feel free to just download it. We are probably going to be able to get all these performance tires. And I'm here for it. Let me just put one on the passenger seat. And another one in the trunk. And that is right there. Hell yeah. I have gotten all of the performance tires between these two vehicles. We should have a little bit of room for some of these doors. I am not going to try for too many of these double rear doors. They are just way too heavy. They weigh 20 encumbrance. Take a hood. And with that, that's almost full already, so let's take a muffler. Let's take two mufflers. One for the trunk, one for the glove. Spare front door. These are two remaining old mufflers. Could probably fit in this bad boy here. Yep. I think for all intents and purposes, this one is full now. Peanut butter and honey sandwiches. Zomboid Guesser. I am not sure what that is. Guesser sounds like the name of one of those early 2000s websites that were a little corny. I definitely miss their charm because in this day and age, everything is standardized in React and everything looks the same. AI is making that even worse because AI is basically just a reduction to the mean for everything. I don't think this is going to get a substantial charge before we have to go. So there are a couple of... I'm not going to be able to fit any of those. Yeah. I'll be able to fit a couple of batteries in the main step van. GeoGuessr, but with PZ. Interesting. Okay, I think I'm officially in maximize mode here. Therefore, yeah, we're doing that. Trunk of the truck is completely full. Our handbags are already pre-allocated. Every other container in the truck is full. These things have been moving all over the place. It's rather disconcerting, to say the least. The flock has begun its migration. Anyway. Main backpack. Why not? So jack and tire iron go back in the satchel. Wrench back in the military kit. Screwdriver back in the kit. Weapons back on the belt. I need some bolt cutters. I actually needed some for tailoring. So I'm attaching a pair of those to my back, actually. So, Chamicho, this base right here is, not exactly a base. This is just a place that we went to steal everything from it and do some mechanics work, safely inside behind garage doors. This is the Electromax warehouse outside of Riverside. So if you leave Riverside in kind of the westward direction, you'll see this on the side of the road right next to it. Great place. You'll find billions of things here. We've actually already extracted quite a lot of the loot from it. This is one of those places that when you first visit it, there's crates all over the place. We spent a long time cleaning those up. And that was a mission success right there. So I'll be able to take some of these perfect seats, but not all of them. And I guess that's okay. I mean, you know, seats don't actually do anything, but it's the principle of the thing. So that battery still needs to charge, and that's fine, because I literally have to get going. 11 hours, 39 minutes. That's alright. So the plan is for the trip today, to get back to our main base, is we are going to use the fire truck to tow the step van. Future trips, we'll just come up here with the race car and tow the Electromax vans back with us like that. The step van is unique in that a powerful engine vehicle like the fire truck or an ambulance or something else to that effect can tow it forward and actually get somewhere decent. Right, this place is now mothballed. This is going to be a little awkward trying to get this up to speed. The parking lot here, we actually don't get quite as good traction as we do on the asphalt. so we will get better traction once we get out to the road here. We might still make it to third. Actually, kind of don't want to yet. There we go. Okay. So now it is just a slog down this road where we're going kind of a roundabout way to avoid zombie spawns. There is a slightly more direct route we could take, but that would involve lots of zombie dodging, and I'd prefer the safer route for now. It's a little harder to maneuver with this thing. It's regrettable that we can't do this with the rest of those vans, at least not with a fire truck. As far as I know, only the race car is powerful enough to tow one of the regular Electromax vans forward. It's just for some reason these step vans, EMS vehicles, can all tow these. But yeah, rather high turnover today. I wonder if Reddit was successful in bringing some folks in. I did post a meme on Reddit earlier, but Reddit is always hit or miss. Like, I feel like I'm posting some decent stuff, but then every once in a while it just gets buried, and nobody even upvotes or downvotes it. But the little meme I posted earlier was regarding the grinder. There is in the game a bench grinder now, and you can even pick it up and move it around, but you can't actually do anything with it. It's quite a shame. I should certainly like to sharpen my blades even faster. What makes the ambulance different in towing? The ambulance is the powerhouse of the fleet. it's whatchamacallit, horsepower of the engine, and then what you can store in the trunk along with it. So this thing has 480 horsepower in it. The ambulance has 490, and the ambulance also has a bigger trunk and a trunk that I can access from the cab. So the ambulance is kind of better than the fire truck for most purposes, except for a few niche things. Like, for example, if I'm gonna have a bunch of zombies following me around, I much prefer to use a fire truck because the chances of taking damage by bumping into a zombie is much lower on a fire truck. The bed of the truck is a little bit less of a vulnerable attack surface compared to the sides of the ambulance. Um, 400 horsepower is for regular D6s. The fire truck D6 with a light bar should be 480. If I'm wrong about that, I'm going to need to double check when I get out here. But yeah, the 400 is what the regular D6s have. See, this is a Chevalier D6 Fire Marshal Edition. Other Chevalier D6s that have improved horsepower are the actually, I forgot. There was a Ranger and a State Police variant, but I don't know if those are even in game. There's a Fossoil variant, and I can't forget the airport variant, Louisville Airport variant of the D6 right here, the Airport Security D6. I was enjoying those tremendously on Nora. That's possibly the thing I miss most about Nora right now is her D6 fleet. She had one hell of a D6 fleet assembled. I need to make a Zomboid music video of my characters singing like a G6, only instead of G6, they're talking about D6s. And all the lyrics are just glazing D6s for their utility. Now. I'm feeling so tough like a D6. Oh, would you look at that? We actually have somebody on my road here. That's what the SN38 is for, except no, I got my hands full right now. I don't feel like no, my hands are full. If I unequip one of these backpacks, it would take me like another full minute to reload it back up. It's fine. we'll kill her on the way back later. So when it comes to my streaming schedule, as I mentioned in the description, my streaming schedule is supposed to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Today is a bit out of band. I'm usually supposed to be working on site for my day job on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, but I managed to get out of it today. Probably won't be able to get out of it tomorrow, and even if I do, the responsible thing is to actually take a day off here and there so I don't burn myself out. So I'm highly likely not to be able to stream tomorrow, but it's usually subject to how my mornings play out. Far more likely, probably about 95% chance I'll be back to everything regular as of Friday. Now this is no good. To go around this guy. Now that guy right there, that is the closest zombie that I have seen to my base in Phallus Lake in a very long time. Because we are now entering Phallus Lake territory. And that zombie is actually starting to get close to where I was logging earlier this stream. This is where we were doing our logging activities. You can still see the debris on the ground. But yeah, the where we were at earlier was building a. We spent a lot of time building a drying facility to dry all of our crops with. Oh shit! Some of our crops are blooming. So yeah, next stream, probably at the beginning of next stream, we will be harvesting some crops and getting them onto the drying racks. In this case, the drying racks are inside of this building here. And I'm going to need to make a, probably like that flow chart that I made, that I linked in the chat there. I'm probably going to make something similar for drying racks and how to get the most out of them. And especially because if you want to be able to harvest crops that you plant in fall right now, your only solution is to just have a bunch of drying racks ready to receive them. I suppose good parts I can start putting up here, maybe. I just want to keep them separated from the bad parts, which I do have scattered all over the place here. But yeah, this is my main base. It is very much incomplete, and this character's theme is supposed to be that of a drifter, so making a main base has kind of not been what I was shooting for, but we kind of needed to because it's kind of really hard to level your skills if you don't have a main base that you can go back to, plant crops, store animals, that kind of stuff. Especially blacksmithing. I had to build a forge and a furnace here. I think our gas tank is on this side here. At some point, I'll have a few spare Electromax vans back here, and I'll be able to use some of them for storage of specific types of vehicle parts. So I'll have like a glasswork van, and I'll have a the Smart Cut Taylor truck here. It's probably going to end up being one of my ammo vans. As you can see, I have tons and tons and tons of ammo I need to shove into the trunk of the step van somewhere. But yeah, let's go ahead and get ourselves emptied out. Try not to think too hard about who just died. We're up to 11 hours, 49 minutes. I take one day off, and next thing you know, I'm going all the way up to the YouTube limit. $128 cooked eggs. We have a lot of eggs here. All right, folks, we've had a good one today. These bolt and just a few knickknacks to get out of my inventory here. This is a spare copy of Longplay. I've been just kind of turning my spare copies of Longblade into decorations here, so that I can laugh at myself for how many extras I end up getting. Alright, folks. I think that is it for today. So, I'm going to take a quick look at my crops. I'm pretty sure that some of them are blooming. Just so that I can have a beat of set, have my bearings set for next time. Okay, yeah, so the flax that has no color to it is blooming and ready to be harvested. Meanwhile, the ones with the blue flowers here are still waiting, almost there. The wheat, likewise, the one without color here is blooming and ready to be harvested. So basically what happens is when we harvest these, we get a bunch of things that have a freshness stat on them, and we need to get them placed on a drying rack. And you can place as many as 20 on a drying rack, but then it has to actually dry before you can place more on the drying rack. So we have a literal ton of drying racks, total of 16. And in order to actually dry things in the winter, it's got to not only be kept away from the water, from rain and whatnot, it's also got to be warm. So you can't see it because of the placement here, but there is a fire pit right here, strategically placed at the center of all 4 sets of 4 here. And all we got to do is get all we've got to do is get all of the crops harvested, placed on these drying racks, light the fires, and keep the fires lit for a day or 2. Thankfully, the crops dry much faster than leather. But that's all on the agenda for next time, folks. For today, Danny shall bid us farewell. I encourage everybody to get in the habit of screenshotting your bases as they progress, because, well, this is an unstable beta. Your bases won't be there forever. I very much enjoy being able to just scroll back through my screenshots and go back in time. Alright, so, last thing we always do here is back up our save. Oh yeah, thank you. Good to know that I'm inspiring here. So we're going to go ahead and close out of the game, and then in order to back up your save, you're basically copying the entire save folder and pasting it somewhere else. So go to C, users, username, and then Zomboid, saves. I play Apocalypse, so you would do multiplayer, sandbox, survivor, whatever your classification is. Sorted by date modified. Here's the most recent one. That's my save. And all you got to do is copy this folder and place it wherever you want. In my case, I do separate backups for every stream I do, so going up a couple levels to my backups folder here. And one with the same name. This is part 14 of Dani the Drifter's journey through B42. I said this is part 14. There we go. So I named the folder 14 and paste the entire save, which has now grown to about 773 megabytes across 311,000 files. All right, folks. I shall catch you guys in the next one. Peace out and have a good one.